Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, July the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. And can you see my screen? Let's see if I get a couple of yeses somewhere. Thank you, William. All right, everybody. So let's start off. First of all, those of you maybe who don't get the trade of the week for some reason, SWBI is the trade of the week. SWBI is the trade of the week, and it is how you trade it, of course, is up to you. It is considered live at 29.15. I think that's above the high of Friday, right? 29.15, so it's kind of sitting there right now. Again, how you trade it will be up to you, but that is the trade of the week, SWBI. On a personal note, I have shorted CLDX. I waited quite a while on this one, actually, CLDX. This is another one of those. Now that's an amazing pop. It's only on phase 1B data. Plus Wainwright upgraded them to a $50 or put a price target of $50 on them. Anyway, I waited quite a while. I was watching this area, and I finally took the short just underneath 45. 44.80. I've covered some at 43.52. So we'll see how far down this wants to go. And that is CLDX. TPST, huge gap up here. I couldn't really see any specific news. Oops. This is another one I would have loved to shorted, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I can't really see any specific news for it. It says, on doubles in value to reach highest level, etc. And anyway, there it is, TPST. We don't even have a float. We have no float information on it at all. So how about Celdex though, William? CLDX, I mean, that to me was just absolutely ripe. It's only phase 1B data. So from Friday, SGOC still active. Up 63% right now. Actually, when I saw it was only $12, so now it's at 16. Again, this was a crazy one on Friday. I just have to stick an alert, 1878, to see if it takes up Friday's high. No, my question was, did you short CLDX? I mean, yeah, a ton of shorts available. MTSL, is it still holding the gap? MTSL? And the answer is yes. So it is still holding its gap. Another one, I just don't see any specific news on it. Just all these telecommunication. This sector is just gone nuts, but MTSL, look at the volume. Look at the volume it had on Friday. Wow. Let's see, AEHL. I think this had a move Friday afternoon, after hours, I believe. Let me just see. Yeah, a little move Friday afternoon, AEHL. Kind of continuing. Got up to 482. Pretty big pullback, though. Not shortable for me. And again, I'm just, this is the norm. Looking for news, nothing. SPI. There was some news for SPI. See if it's still holding. There's a 200-day moving average, so it's not that far away from the 200-day moving average. Guess they've launching an EV pickup truck. That is the news for SPI. Wow, Celdex, come on down. Wow. Let's see, a more expensive one, but man, what a run it's been on. INMD. I'm sorry, is it MD or MB? Wait a minute. Yeah, this one, INMD. Look at the run. So it had a great couple of days, and now they've raised guidance. So that's why this is up another 8%, over $100 now for INMD. LHDX. LHDX. Is it still up? It wasn't up that much, but this was a really active one last week. Well, at least on Friday, 10, yeah, not too bad, 4%, decent volume, LHDX. Again, don't see any specific reason on it. TBLT down big, cheap one on financing. TBLD down a ton, 29% on financing. ATNF, ATNF. Is up. I think they got a letter from NASDAQ saying, okay, you're compliant. A little bit of a move. ATNF. Actually, it's quite a drop here. That would have been an interesting one to take a look at it as a short. So somebody asked about space. Well, I mean, look, obviously it went well, but nothing's really happening with the stock. I mean, most of the game probably already priced in. I think the only thing, obviously, if there's something gone wrong, this would have just obviously would have tanked. But right now it's not really doing too much. I mean, it's up 2%, but it's not like this just soared higher because of the successful launch, etc. So. GoEd. This is just creeping into my GoEd. Up 7%. See any news on it? Yeah, so they're just reporting sales up 47% year over year. Okay, 55 million. This is not an official. Earnings release. It's just sort of in advance. Looks like they have earnings on the 26th. So that is GOED. Now, earnings week, guys. We kick off with earnings week. Goldman Sachs tomorrow. So some of the financials, some of the big financials, and of course America. AA Alcoa is on the 15th. Is that Thursday? Yeah, so that's after hours Thursday. So earnings season kicks off this week, guys. You can't access the regular room. Don't know why. I'll give you the link. You have to go to the home page but there's the link for the room. Have no float. We don't have a float for TPST. I don't know why, but we don't have one. Let's see if anybody else has a float. Yeah, I mean, I don't even go to FinViz. I mean, it says 1.2 million shares outstanding, nothing for the float. So it's very, very low. I mean, that's the crazy thing with this one. It's very, very low. SPI, guys. Yeah, SPI is still, what's the float on this one? So that's a fairly low float. China stock, 16.5 million in the float. There's that 200-day. Look at it, 796, 785 right now. So it's coming right into it. Let's see if it can take it out and just continue. Yeah, I don't have any news on CETX either. I don't mention it, CETX. I've got it on the list. I don't see any news on it. It's a big gap up. See what it did on Friday? It basically just touched the 200-day moving average and sold a little bit off it. I mean, not really. I mean, 152, closed at 150. There's that 200-day. But today, popped right through it, and look at the volume. And also, yeah, you guys were talking about Carver. It is still, yeah, I mean, it's still active. CARV still active, up 11%. Quite a quite a 2-day stretch, Thursday and Friday, yes, or last week. Now let's take a look at the activity here. So we have a few gap ups, not too many gap downs. There's that Lucan Coffee again. Boy, what a pink sheet stock this has turned out to be. I know some of you play it, not necessarily this, but pink sheet stocks, and what a run it's had. Last week the low was 9, it's up to 14 now. Celdex keeps moving down inch by inch. All right, guys, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active they've been this morning. They meaning the analyst. A few upgrades. Let's take a look at them. Just a few more upgrades to go. I love it. Eat and cake. Side by side. Okay, and now let's take a look at the downgrades. JP Morgan downgrading Clover, CLOV. All right, guys, those are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Maybe around 400, sometimes a little bit more. For you, 56V. Way more than in the YouTube room. Well, I don't really, I just wait for the market to open, okay? I don't really, I'm in this short on Celdex, so I'm just going to obviously wait on that. So I don't really think like that, like what's my favorite? I had my favorite, certainly from the pre-market, was Celdex to short. I usually just wait about 15 minutes, see how things settle down, and then start looking a little more closely. No idea, basement guy. I don't see that the VWAP is that much different. If you're talking, you'd have to tell me, as an example. Our VWAP seems to be, usually when we do this, a little poll, when somebody says, hey, how come your VWAP is out? Usually, people say it's about the same, so I don't know what to say. There's nothing, there's no solution. In other words, there's no fix, there's nothing, oh, okay, just do this and then it'll be the same. No. Wow, Celdex. I'm really surprised, William. You didn't short this one. I mean, phase 1B. Come on. I'm not saying come on to you, but you know what I mean. Phase 1B, the pop. Wainwright puts a $50 price target on it. So give me an example of a VWAP of a stock. Okay? That is different. I don't know who's got shorts for TPST. You probably do, Zach, but no, I don't have shorts for TPST. All right, let's take a look at SG. Now, some of these really cheap ones and with very low floats. So we have 15, 17. I'd wait for the market to open, okay, and see if the differences are the same. I'd wait for the market to open. Anyway, there's nothing you can do. $0.70 a share. Wow. Okay. Well, of course, because you're suggesting, of course, that the shorts are toast. Look at, wow, look at this SGOC. I mean, almost at the high of Friday. I mean, there it is right there, 1887. Oh, well, I'm sorry, I thought that was 1784. Still a couple of dollars away. And it's funny because this is not a crazy low float, 30 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, of course, but it's not a crazy low float. Yeah, that's why I have an alert set right up here on that CGOC. Again, all I can say, guys, you got to be awfully careful. Let's take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. Look how whippy it was. Okay, this is last Friday. So, big spread sometimes, up and down a dollar just like that. So you've got to be awfully careful. Yeah, there's nothing you can do on that. There's no option for pre-market or not pre-market. I think once the market opens, I think everything is cool. Okay, VWAP wise, I may be wrong, but guys, here's one that's just moving. VRS. What's the volume? Not bad. Look at VRS, guys. Starting to move. Big gap up here. Let's see if there's any news. Reports on a 13.5 an offer. Okay, so Atlas Capital is maybe looking to buy them, $20 a share. So that's the reason for this one is popped up. Yeah, with Canadian stocks, what I'm going to tell you is it's going to sound a little bit crazy. You can do the same sort of scans. You can scan for new highs, new lows, volume, etc. You will not. We don't have Canadian charts. Okay, number one, we don't have Canadian charts. We don't have any Canadian data for the single stock window. You can perform all the same scans, though. You want to see stocks making new highs, new lows, 5-minute highs, exactly the same. It's just that you're not going to see the data. You're going to have to use your Canadian broker for its charts if you want to see the charts. And I'm Canadian, but I just don't trade the Canadian market. It's just not exciting enough. There's just not enough stocks that have the same sort of moves that these U.S. stocks have. So Well, we do have a channel that's called Pre-Market Actives, I think. Pre-market, where are you? Here you are, pre-market. So you can load that, or you can load mine. I mean, this is what I use in the pre-market. You know, I've got my pre-market actives up and down, my gap up and down. You can go to my, what time is it? 9:25. Okay, so you can go to my homepage and you can load those if you want. In the scan section, let me just pop my homepage link in. That's what I use in the pre-market. I'll just pop my homepage in. Well, what I'm doing in the pre-market is we're seeing stocks that are active in the pre-market, and so there's no guarantee that once a stock opens in the so-called regular hours from 9:30 to 4 that it's going to continue the activity. But these are the active stocks in the pre-market, and many times they'll have, at least they'll be active once the market opens. So it's not a matter of, okay, I'm going to buy this in the pre-market. I did short this one. If you're brand new to trading though, if you are brand new, well there are transactions in the pre-market. You see, you're very new to trading. So what I would do is this. I mean, obviously there are, all these stocks are moving in the pre-market, okay? There is action in the pre-market. If you're new to trading, I'm going to suggest you do something like this. If you go to my homepage, time is it? 9:27. Okay. Go to my homepage right here. And there's an education section right here. Click here. Now the first part is more just talking about trade ideas. It's not trading as such. It's just telling, explaining what we do, top lists, alert windows, how to create them, etc. But all the way down, if you keep scrolling all the way down, back to basics. I would take a look at this if you're new to trading, okay? It literally starts off with what is a stock, okay? If you're new to trading, there's it's not easy, but you've got to start somewhere, and that's probably a great little video series to start if you're new to trading. It does not require C+ knowledge, really. Or say C#. No, it doesn't really. All our custom I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It just it uses the data that we have, and you can combine the data that we have to create maybe a new filter. It doesn't really. You can get a little more involved in it, but if I would forget about it really. If very few of our customers create custom formulas. I wouldn't worry about it too much. But here are two. I got to be quick here. What time is it? 9:28. Okay, just before the market opens. So I can give you a couple of. Here are the data points, mainly on page 5 and 6 of that first link. And on the second link, the other data points. So these are the data points. You don't have to know C#, okay? Okay, so how do you create one? Well, you can, again, Robin, you can go to my homepage, go to my scan section. I have gap ups, gap downs. I have pre-market actives up and down, or you can go to the toolbar. Click on new from our toolbar, click on channel bar, and then, remember this is a layout. Okay, guys, we're open. Sorry about that. We are now open. Let's have a great trading week. But this is the, where are you? The pre-market channel. But don't go to it now. But there's the pre-market channel. So for tomorrow, you can look at that. Trade of the week is SWBI. All right, guy. Well, there it goes. There's SGOC is now wow. I mean, it's early, guys. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, things can be really, really crazy. So, and that SGOC can be just whipped right up and down. There's MTSL, almost at the pre-market highs. Okay, listen, NTD expert. If you can come in, I can show you how, in general, how to create a custom formula. I can give you the formula for that, but I can't do it in this room, in the YouTube room, because it doesn't allow me to paste too many lines. So if you can come into the main trading room, I can help you. Okay. Trade of the week is SWBI. Yes, SWBI. How you trade it, of course, up to you. SWBI considered live at 29.15. What is it doing right now? Yeah, so it's, you know, it hasn't really moved yet. The SGOC, you're right, is already halted. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I don't know, Daniel. You have to check your spam. Sometimes it goes into, if you have Gmail, it goes into your promotions. You can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and say, listen, can you check my email? Whoops. Maybe they can do some kind of a manual way, but otherwise, I really don't know. I mean, it's been like that for years. Some people get it, some people don't. So, talking about the trade of the week. Yeah, TPST halted on the way up. All right, guys, so MTSL, did it take that out? Somebody's mentioning it right now. So there's the high. So it's not shortable for me, so I can't do anything about that, even if I wanted to. Not shortable at Interactive Brokers. All right, well, space on the way down. Yeah, space on the way down and halted on the way down. SPCE, halted on the way down. I do remember, Riley. Yes, I do remember. $29.15, yes. I mean, you don't have to take it, you know, at $29.15, but it's considered live at $29.15, yes. Okay, go to the tech support tab, NTD, okay? Go to the tech support tab. Now I can at least give you the script and how you create a custom formula. Give me a moment. Okay, so here's the script, and the formula that you want is this. Okay, and that will create a custom, that'll create a filter just like any other filter with a min and a max, and you can put 200K if you 200K in it, okay? So it has to be a minimum of 200K in that minute, all right? And obviously in this case, units are not dollars. The units doesn't really matter. I mean, your units are going to be shares, okay? But I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you fill that in or not. But that's the premise behind it, okay? All right, guys, I'm all out of my sell decks. Short. I got all the way down to $41.92, $42. So that was a nice start for me. Didn't quite get it at 42, or cover it right down there, but nice start for me, for sure. I thought so. Okay, now the TPST just resumed. Didn't pop. All right, this is actually a little earnings play. Very few today. There's really going to ramp up for the balance of the week. And then for the next 3 weeks, we'll have a ton of earnings plays. But this is a little earnings play today. Grupo Televisa. And it's moving down a little bit. All right, guys, let's see. What is... So Clovis at the beginning. Okay, there's Space just resumed. Let's see what Space is doing right now. SPCE, of course. So this is a reversal here. BTCM, a reversal right here for BTCM. This was up on Friday. Now it's reversing down. Well, it doesn't look like it's a lifetime low. I don't know why. I guess maybe it's not an this is not an IPO. I don't know, because it should be a lifetime low. I'm sorry, maybe not. I can't see any other low here, but our lifetime range, that should be right over if it is a lifetime low. Yeah, another one. Boy, you know, this is probably the most active scan we had last week. MDIA, the halts resumed. So yes, MDIA just got halted. And let's see what the float is. Wow, 1.8 million in the float. So it's a very low float. I'm sure this is going to probably explode on the SGOC just opened. No news. Again, guys, if you're wondering where we're getting this from, here's the halts resumes, okay? This is the scanner that I share. And guess what? It just got halted again. Yikes. And with a very robust potential open again, 2360, maybe 24. So TAL had a little flurry the last 2 days, a bit of a rally, but giving it up again. TAL at $20. Another one of those China education stocks, just been beaten up brutally over the last 4 months. All right, as I say, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I let the market try to settle down a little bit. Not that after 15 it's completely settled down, of course, but we can't know for sure, okay? But I mean, Interactive Brokers, I mean, your broker will have something like this. There's the halt at 22.99. So, I mean, these numbers can fluctuate, you know, but right now it says 24.13, 24.13 right now. I mean, that's not a guarantee, of course, but at least as we speak, it's certainly above the halt price. So again, but this can fluctuate. There's no guarantee it's going to open there. And that is from Interactive Brokers. Oh, I should still be in the sell decks. Wow, that's still a big topping tail. There's no way I could hold on to that. I wouldn't have held on to that. It's just time and sales, Solomon. Just time and sales. Oh boy, that Celdex, that is really, it's still moving down here, guys. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. I got my last out was at 42.50. All right, MDIA just opened. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this. I mean, this is a very low float. The high last month was 590, so might struggle to get through that, but you mentioned BBGI before. Not very much volume yet for BBGI. Not yet, anyway. Low float. Yeah, so if you do a price comparison, price activity, the only one that's coming in here is MTSL, like SGOC, but I mean, I'm not saying that that's going to do the same thing. Somebody asked, is there something else like SGOC? All right, CRTD had a interesting 2 days, topping tail, bottoming tail. So really jumpy for CRTD. Let's see if it takes out that topping tail right there, or 501. That could get it going. Takes out that 5, looking left. What do we see? Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is 781 on the monthly. 550 on the weekly. So, I mean, if it, you know, it's got a shot. Probably a low float. Yep, 6.6 million in the float. Well, again, competitors, so-called competitors. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to be the be-all and the end-all, but for CGOC, I don't know other electronic component manufacturers. I mean, I don't see anything here that is even remotely like CGOC. So. Well, meanwhile, CRTD, guys, taking out 5 now. Or right at 5. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Be right back. Give me about 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And CRTD, yeah, it just got halted. As did, wow, look at all the halts already. This was the theme of last week. So many halts. SNTG was halted also. This is on the way down. Meanwhile, another one of those no news stocks, CETX, popping up here. Still don't see any specific news for it. CETX, low float, 16 million in the float. Look how volatile that carve was, guys. Got up to 33 something. Got all the way down to 26, a $7 drop for CARV. You got to be awfully careful. CRTD, yeah, it got halted. So 550, what did I say? 550, I think, is the next high looking left. Oh boy, this is stacking up. This could be a huge open. If this holds, I see 6.6 right now. If this holds, CRTD. Again, no news. No news that I can see anyway. I'm sure if you really dive in, you can maybe find something somewhere, but I wonder if this will get halted. CETX. See how fast is this going up? No formula like that. NT. We don't. One thing we're not good at is comparing previous candles to current candles. Why does it show 2 resumes? Because it got well, it's been halted a few times. It actually has 3 resumes, I think. Every time it gets halted, and when it resumes, you're going to see another resume. Just not a lot, not a lot of volume yet for the, well, when I looked at it, there were 55,000 shares for BBIG. You know what? What's wrong with me? I must have, maybe I read that wrong. Must have had something else on it. Because, I mean, there's no way it went from 55 to 5 million. So I must have seen something else. All right, SNTG just opened on the way down. All right, now kind of staring at some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor just to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. Nothing in the option scanner yet. Okay, look at me. I know some of you are following this one, UTME, very low volume. NRXP, let's take a look at NRXP. I don't think I saw that one at all in the pre-market. Probably was not up 10%. Yeah, it didn't really do very much in the pre-market. But, yes, I mean, low float, 1.44 million in the float. Begun treating COVID patients. Yeah, I see the release, press release. To deal with the spread right now, 1301, 1330. Pretty tough to commit right now. 1304, 1339. So tough to commit right now. Let's stick an alert up here around 1346 and see if it takes it out. The high last month, or this month, is 1363. So that is a key level. Look what it got to. It got to literally the high. Oh, that is the high. That's why. Sorry. That's why. That's today's high. So that is the high. Look left. And the next high is 2340 last month. All right, guys, the spread is tightened up 7 cents now, 1333, 1340 for NRXP. Looking a lot better with that tighter spread. Let's see if it pops from here, and this could rock. I mean, look at the high last month. Not a lot of volume, 289,000, so it's not a lot of volume. For it, yes, 17 times normal, but not a lot of volume. You got to be awfully careful. Yeah, I'm not sure if you change channels. Just a minute. Try this. I don't know if that'll override. You know, when you change the channels, but go to Tools, Options, and you see where it says Enable Surfing. If that's checked, uncheck it and then save. Okay. I don't know if that's going to if that's going to work when you change channels. I really don't know. Okay, so I did that really quickly. Tools, Options, and in the general where it says Enable. If you have that checked, uncheck it and then save. See if that works, okay? I'm just watching that NRXP, guys, as I just want to see that float tighten up. Which it, not the float, but the bid ask, which it is. CRT just opened, CRTD just opened. Wow. Yeah, that worked good. Okay. Wow. Well, I mentioned this one just at 5. So look at this, CRTD. Look at this. What a run, and lots of volume. All right, guys, well, let's see now with the NRXP. All about the float right now. All right, guys, NRXP on the move here. Now, how you trade is going to be up to you, but on the move. Nice one again from Zach, pointed out to us. Just had to clear this 1350, but more importantly, the spread had to tighten up. And look at it now, guys. NRXP. I think that deserves a big check mark, guys. I can't tell you to take trades, okay? I cannot tell you to take trades. All we're doing in this room, you know, we've got a lot of great traders. You know, Zach has got a real eye for these low floaters. But, you know, how you're going to trade it is going to be up to you. You know, it's very whippy, very low float. Yeah, I've already traded out a lot of it now. I don't, you know, I can't trust it with only 1.4 in the float. But I already traded out a lot of this NRXP. You know, you have a huge topping tail there. Remember what that means. CRTD halted again. Wow. I did not take this one. Unfortunately, I did not take that one. Let's take a look where it's stacking up to be. Right now there's, well, not a big clue. I mean, it still says 624, 624, so that's where it's halted. But I'm assuming you're in way earlier, so that's nothing from the option scanner yet. Well, let's see. Next on the hit parade, we've got NEWA, N-E-W-A. And another one, low float, 5.6 million in the float, NEWA, and the high in the pre-market was 550, so it's got a shot to get, you know, could be a bit of a magnet to get up there. Okay, I'm going to have to do this again. Just a second here. Here we go. And wow, just, you know, like nothing, right through 5, like nothing. NEWA, low float, 5.6 million in the float. Look at that relative volume, 1,200. So guys, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is probably, you're wondering what the heck is going on. Well, this is why trading is not easy, okay? There's a lot of ideas, but if you're just hearing me talk and other people putting symbols in and you're brand new to trading, you know, at about 10:20, I talk a little bit about money management. I have some links that can maybe help you just to get introduced to trading. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, let me just connect here to my simulator. I'm going to go over a lot of this at about 10:20. Okay, guys, this one was a bit of a flyer the last 2 days. IOVA, but is starting to drift down now. IOVA. You're going to be happy. Who has that? Diana? Diana, you're probably going to be happy on the CRTD as long as this holds. It says 670, 670 now. I'm not in this one. I mentioned it right about here. Wow. I can point out opportunities, but of course, you know, I cannot take everything that I talk about. I was surprised it just ripped through 5 like nothing. Actually, ripped through 4 like nothing, and then 5 like nothing, and now 6 like nothing. With no news. It's crazy, you know? No news. I can, yeah, it's timing is everything. Yeah, I mean, it's a cliche, but it's so true. All right, so here's new A. Oh, sorry, I thought it was moving up. 957. Oh, no, wrong. Do we have... Okay, I thought maybe we had a data issue, but I guess not. All right, guys, this is could be the wild one, okay? Look at CCXI. Look at CCXI. So it had the terrible... I think this was on... Let me do that just a second. So there's a CCXI. So look at this was a week, but if I look at a daily chart, I'm sure I'm going to see the same. Okay, I'm sorry. This is 2 months ago that this happened, okay? Huge drop 2 months ago, 49 down to 10. And it has been rallying a bit from the bottoms. I mean, that's just about a double from the bottoms. Okay, for CCXI. Not telling you to take the trade, but, you know, I mean, this has obviously got a huge potential gap to fill. Nothing from the option scanner yet. This is what I'm talking about. Nothing from the option scanner yet. Again, we don't, well, I'm not trading the options. I'm just trying to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity and nothing. Meanwhile, I haven't really even looked at the market. So the Dow's up, SPY's up, and tech is down a little. So we got a little bit of a disconnect going. Depends how much volume there was, I guess, but matized. I mean, sometimes those pre-market highs, you know, if it takes out a pre-market high, that can be pretty significant, but not all the time. Again, I think we really depend on how much volume was there in the pre-market. All right. So Diana, there's your CRTD. It popped. Now be careful. I mean, you know, it's at some point, this is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, but at some point, you know, there's going to be some profit taking. So somebody asking about Xela, Xela, and the answer is, yeah, nothing too exciting about it. I mean, it's a huge amount of volume it's traded, yes. You know, almost double the float. It'll easily probably trade the float 2 or 3, well, at least, obviously it's going to do 2 times, but maybe 3 times today, but not really, not a lot of action. I mean, it's only up 18 cents, 6%. It did say that they've expanded their offering of robotics. All right, guys, TAL, T-A-L, now just broke down below 20. You know, after the couple of days of rallying a bit. CRTD. Now, okay, so Diana, I hope you were listening to me. You know, you've got to take some profit. And look at CRTD. I didn't tell you to take profit, but you've got to be aware. I mean, anything that does something like this, eventually there's going to be a lot of people taking profit. Okay, so now it's been halted on the way down. All right, guys, back again. Just give me a moment here. Keep an eye, I was going to just say keep an eye on the NRXP, guys. The NRXP again. I mean, it had the pullback. I mean, that's a pretty big pullback all the way back down to 13. It got up to 15, so a $2 pullback. Just over right at 14 now. I think I'll stick an alert just a little bit over 14, maybe 14.25, and see if it just zips from there. Remember, only 1.44 million in the float, so it's a very, very low float. Look at all these halts. Yeah, seed halted, you're right. I mean, this, what a month. In the last 5 months, look at this. I mean, just straight down. All right, we finally have an options, something in the option scanner, LTHM. Now, What do I always say? Look at this. I mean, the next high looking left is 21.48. It's not that far away. 21.12 is not that far away. I mean, it's trading 3 times normal, 3.5 times normal, but you know, that high over there, that could really block it. And it's, you know, you're chasing it now. I'd give it some time and see if it can take that out. But if it, you know, that could block it very easily, and it's not that far away on a percentage basis. I'd like to see something with a little more room before it can get close to the next high. Checking some of the things from my watch list, see if anything is happening. And obviously, so the CETX was pretty good. I mean, you know, if you got in around the 219 mark, it got up to 250. That's a great percentage move before it pulled back. And this is starting to fade. INMB, guys, check out that whole number of 22. And the low on Friday was around 2078. So this has got some room to get down to that low on a potential short for INMB. All right, guys, it's almost 10:20, so get ready. The TI spiel starts right now. So first of all, if you're new to the trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. And as always, I start off with my home page. A lot of information on my home page. So my suggestion is that you can save my link. And also in the main trading room, my tab here, my Barry's homepage tab is here. So when you click on that, here is my homepage right there. So we start off with, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This will give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly on Premium and Standard. Meanwhile, CLWT, which was an active one last week, a lot of activity. Anyway, annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Okay, that's the big difference between premium and standard. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. The monthly, you don't have to go annually. If you want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard, $118. Premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So please listen carefully. The discount is good for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, the following months will be at these rates, okay? You can also sign up for the Trade of the Week. This week it is Smith SWBI. It's a free service. It gets delivered to your email before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. You can sign up for that right here. So these 2 sections right here, a lot of information, okay? All my scans that I'm sharing, including the layout that you see here, right here. There's my layout. Remember, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You cannot have two layouts up and running at the same time. Now, I also have created all sorts of individual scans that you can take a look at. You might have your own layout, of course, and you don't necessarily want mine. So I've got a lot of individual scans that you can take a look at. Somebody was asking about the pre-market. This is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down, okay? These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Just give me a moment here as I just get rid of this. So that's my scan section, and then we have the big education section, all right? If you are new to Trade Ideas, I really suggest you take a look at the 20 lessons. What is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to information about the AI, we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus, which I'll go over. So a lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas explained right here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still click that link just to see what the basic features are. Daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube room also that I moderate at the same time as the main room. It's the same in essence. They hear me, they see my screen, just not as active. So what happens, I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders does take over in the YouTube room. I believe today it'll be Sean, which I'll confirm. Before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube link in if you want to head over there for between 12 and 1. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, you know, it's like starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More of a video on the AI. And if you are really new to trading, there's a great little series starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, you know, instead of just staring in, you know, wonderment and wondering what the heck is going on, start off by taking a look at this all these videos are short, but I think they're going to help you a lot. Just introduction to trading, okay? And some trading ebooks that we created. So I'm saying a lot of information on my homepage, especially in these two sections here, my scans and education. So save my link, and then you can take a look at this at your leisure. Give me a moment as I size the window. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is a scan that I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. This is an example of one. I should also mention, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? We're a scanner. That's what we do. So here's an example of a scan. This is what I'm looking for in this scan. You know, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a powerful filter that we have. The current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. And 400,000 shares, etc. You know, it's not the importance. It's just the concept that you start off with filters when you create a scan, and then you have a trigger. So if stocks meet these filter requirements and they make either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time scan. All right, so there are only 4 stocks that met the criteria on the upside and only 1 on the downside so far today. Now, the great news, you don't have to learn a programming language. Look at NEWA, guys, keep an eye on over 5 still. So you don't have to learn a programming language. We feel we've created, sorry, I'll just start again. If you right click on an alert window, configure, and then search. So these are all of the alerts that we have created. And when you see and then when you see these icons, these are the filters. We feel we have created enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, you can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So when you first start out though, if you don't even have to know how to build a scan, because if you want, you can take a look at my scans. You can load them. When you start getting used to using trade ideas, for instance, you can take a look at this scan called Basic New Highs and Lows, but you may not like that price range. Maybe you want a different price range. So you just change it. So let's say 10 to 60. See, when I click on the summary, see how it's changed. So of course, this is a template that I like. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. We also have a channel bar. If you click on New, Channel Bar, these are all themed layouts. These are all layouts. Okay, now again, they're layouts, and I'm not going to click on it right here. I'm going to show you a little bit later. Because right now, if you click on one of these, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout that you have would disappear, be replaced by one of these channels. And each channel is a layout with some alert windows, top list windows, charts, etc. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. So again, you don't even have to know how to create anything at the beginning when you start with trade ideas. I want to talk a little bit about our AI. We nickname it Holly. Newa. Well, she's saying Newa. When I say she, we have text to voice. So she is saying Newa, N-E-W-A. So if you have our premium service and you want to use, if you have our premium service, more than likely it's because you want to take a look at the AI and how it's doing, how to monitor it all day long. I would click on from our toolbar or click on New and then, New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. So all I would do is this. I would load this window and wait for the alerts to happen. I wouldn't concern myself with the different segments. I shouldn't have this here anymore. I don't care. The different segments, Holly Neo, 2.0, and Grail, don't even worry about it. I wouldn't even concern myself about the strategies that these alerts are coming from. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price, and I have a stop price. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay? I know I kind of gloss over it, but there is no video on how to use the AI. The reason being is that people use it in very different ways. So it's not like saying, okay, you take every alert when it happens. Personally, I would never ever do that. You'll rarely see me take an alert or a trade the second I get an alert. This is what I usually do. Not usually, always. I'm always going to look at the chart. I get an alert, look at the chart. What do I see? Do I like it? Kind of size it up. Weekly, monthly, daily, is there room, etc. So I never take an alert right at the, right when I get, or I never take a trade right at the alert price. I mean, the AI and a lot of the things that I do, it's not designed that, man, if I missed it by 2 or 3 cents, that's it. It's over. Okay? Okay, next we're going to talk about this, what you see right here, and this is called Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here. And please listen really closely. Because for some reason this can get confusing to some. So what I did was I popped this link in. There are 2 videos here. The first video It shows you how, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay, you can't use this window. You can still absolutely use trade ideas. Okay, at the very worst, what you'd have to do is type the symbol into your broker's account. But we do have an external linking tool that, for the most part, you can create a link. All the linking does is as time saver. So instead of my having to type the symbol into my order entry into the brokerage platform, when I click on it, it loads automatically. Okay, and now I got to find my second. Here you are. Okay. So I hope everybody understands. This is a feature that we have. You don't, but if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you can't use it. That's okay. It's just a feature that we have. If you do have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you still don't have to use it. But, it's there. The second video in that link shows you a more advanced way in which you can use this. I don't go over it at all. You watch the video. It's about 26 minutes long, and it explains a lot. Okay? So again, you don't have to use it. But it's there if you do want to use it. Now, the other huge reason for this is as a simulator, okay? If you're new to trading, before you commit money to market, please practice trading. We have a great simulator. What it does is it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. And you can practice trading using this. That video shows you, but it's just a matter of clicking on the sim. Just notice here on Brokerage Plus it says live, which obviously you'd use if you are connecting to your IB or E-Trade account. Otherwise, you clicked on simulator. Now you're ready to go. Now, how I like to demonstrate it. Let's see what's happening here. Is that on a pullback? Let's say you wanted to take this trade, Hall, H-A-L-L. You wanted to take this trade, but you didn't want to take it right now. You wanted to see, well, maybe I'd like to see if it could pull back to, I don't know, right here, this little level down here, 510. So as I clicked on the symbol shows, I can pick how many shares. I'm going to put 510 in both boxes here. And I'm going to click the buy button. And when I do that, a blue line, there we go, a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, so if Hall goes down to 510, it'll take the trade. Now, if I don't want to take that trade anymore, I can go to orders, because let's face it, I mean, maybe while I wanted to take this on a pullback, but maybe market conditions have changed, something has changed. So I can always just go to the orders tab and right click and cancel. I'll leave it in. I'll just to show you how that all works. Okay? Gerardo, I'll give you a link for the main room. All right, so there's a way in which you can take a trade on a pullback. Now, I'm on a development version, and I'm not 100% sure. I guess if the trade got taken, it would show up here. But it would show up here. So I'm not... Not 100% sure this is a real development version that I'm on. So I'm not sure what is happening here, to be honest. I loaded this on the weekend. I was wondering what is it going to show. But anyway, not a big deal. Now let's just say I wanted to take CCXI. No, right now. Okay, I want to take it right now. And what's the spread? Spread's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. What I'm going to do now is show you a little, or talk a little bit about money management. If you're new to trading, unfortunately, you have to get used to this idea. Not every trade is going to work. So when you get into a trade, you should, in my opinion anyway, have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. And that is where practice is going to come into play, because you're not going to know, right off the bat, well, where should I be getting out of the trade if it's not working? What does he even mean by that? Well, for me, I like to look at the chart. I like to look at what I consider maybe a support area where there may be a lot of activity, seems to be holding a price, that if it broke down through that price, I should be out of the trade and just move on. Now, I'm going to take this trade. Maybe I'd like to do something a little bit less frisky. Let me just take a look at this one. Again, I'm just doing this, to demonstrate the concept of money management. All right, let me take this trade, guys. Would I take this trade right now? No, it would have been obviously better right here. But I'm going to take this trade just to show you a little bit about money management. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to go in at the market. It's not a terrible spread, so I'm going to go buy that right at the market. I see what happens. So it does appear down here too, okay? Now I'm going to put a stop. I got in at 992. I'm going to put a stop at 972. And again, hope this works. Again, this is his development version that I'm on, so I'm hoping it's going to work. Add the stop order. There it is. Okay, so you see this red line now on the chart. Notice it says minus 97.50. It's a bit of a rounding error. $100 is what I'm actually risking on the trade. So again, the concept now is that, okay, I get into a trade. I have to have a price that I'm going to get out of the trade at. So once that gets drilled into you, okay, practice. Maybe sizing up charts, looking where support is, breaks down through that. That's where I should get out of the trade. Okay, so that's the first concept. Second concept is very important also. How many shares am I going to take? How many shares you take, in my opinion, should be based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade if it goes against you. You notice, again, I'm risking $100 on this trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 on the trade. So if your account size dictates that you could maybe risk $100 on a trade, each trade, then that is going to share size you. How? Well, I entered at 992. Okay, I see what's happened here. I'm going to have to, just give me a moment here. See, this is what, yeah, okay. Just give me a moment here. I have to add this stop here. Stop price here. And see if that does it. There we go. There's the stop price. Okay. So there's my stop. Okay. 972. Notice it's 20 cents away. Okay. I wanted to make the math very easy. So how do you share size? When you get into a trade, again, you're going to know where your stop is. In this particular case, that's 20 cents away. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, then I can buy 500 shares. You basically divide 20 cents into $100 you get 500 shares. All right. So if it goes down to 972, it'll take me out for a $100 loss approximately. 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So, two concepts now we've talked about: where to, placing a stop, having a price you're going to get out, and then that will share size you, risking the same amount per trade. Next is very important, is now obeying your stop. Notice it's getting very close, right? Getting close. I'll make it stopped out. That's okay. This is just, again, in the simulator. But a lot of times what happens is you get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working for you. Maybe our trading room has been talking about it. It seems to be good. Maybe a good press release. You cannot believe it's not working. So instead of obeying your stop, you start moving it down. Okay, just moved it down to 955. If I allow it to go down to 955, now it's going to take me out for a $182 loss instead of that manageable $100 loss. That's bad enough, but what if you keep on disobeying your stop? So you see where I'm going with this? Your manageable $100 risk can start turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally say, "Oh man, what have I done?" and you sell. Okay? So, very, very critical to obey your stop. You start disobeying your stop over and over again, recipe for disaster. Okay? You want to last, if you want this to become not necessarily full-time, but I mean even part-time, maybe you have another job but you want to do this part-time. But if you start getting reckless and just say, I'm not going to obey my stop, it's going to bounce back. And sometimes it does. I could get stopped out right here, and then it could turn around and start to move and rip higher. And then if you disobeyed your stop, you're going to say to yourself, "See, I'm glad I didn't obey my stop." It's going to happen. Of course it will. All right, guys, so that's my spiel, general spiel about trade ideas, the scanners, money management. So now it's up to you guys to practice. You can practice swing trading also. If you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it should be here. If you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then this will carry forward to tomorrow. And I think there might be a max. I don't know how many days you can carry it forward, but certainly enough to practice swing trading. These are hotkeys, so if I want to get out of a trade, I just click flatten. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. Okay, so or he's asking, how do we do a sector check? So I know you know how to do it, but you just don't want to do it because your layout will disappear. So for you guys right now, because we don't have this docked version up and running yet, okay, which is going to allow you to have your layout up and running and then also go into our channel and see the different channels without having your layout disappear. I know I keep saying this. I don't know if it's going to be released this week, but when it's released, you'll know about it. But right now, if you did want to see the sector, which I'm going to open from the dock, but this is where are you? The sector status. Okay. So again, everything in here is a layout. So again, if you click on anything in our channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Now I'm going to. This is what hopefully is going to be released this week, but no guarantees. This is what we call the new docking version of Trade Ideas, which allows you now I can open up. Where's the sector? There are sector status. So now I can open up my sector status. I can open up any channel and notice my layout remains. So this is our sector status. So this is kind of a snapshot about what the overall market is doing. All right, so you can see what the best sectors are, what the worst sectors are. So right now, as I'm just looking here, the best sector appears to be real estate. Why do I say that? This is the real estate XLRE. 93% of them are up for the day, only 7% are down. Okay, so that is a strong sector. In fact, there's only one, HST is the only one that makes up this sector that is down for the day, as an example. Okay, and you can check on it or click on it, and you might want to take a look, wonder why you're down. Everything else is up. It's the only one. Conversely, you want to take a look at the worst sector today, right now, as we speak. Of course, this can change during the day. The worst one right now is consumer staples. 72% are down, 28% are up. So you can go down and take a look at the worst performing one, or you can take a look there. I mean, Estee Lauder is way up here, but here are the ones that are up for the day. These ones. So you might want to take a look at one of these and say, you're running counter to the rest of the rest of the stocks in the sector. Wonder why. Okay, so it's a good little snapshot of what's happening overall in the market. Not sure where are you looking, Robbie? I'm not sure where you're looking. Again, I'm not sure where you're looking. You're talking about, this is typically good to cancel, good today. For the day, it's probably what that means. I don't have that up and running, I guess, so. Oh, I see. Good to cancel. Okay, well, again. Oh, I see. You know what? I'm not even sure. Okay, good after time. I don't really pay attention to these. I don't even know what these mean. These are things I'm not even sure they were here before. This is a development version I'm on. I think this means good for the day, okay? So as opposed to good until I cancel it. Cancel time. All right, guys, so here's another aspect of all this, okay? So, yeah, I took this trade. Indy is in the simulator, right? Here's my stop at 972. Now, as I'm watching it, my stops are always, hopefully, and I say hopefully because, there are times you have a stop in, maybe it blows right through your stop price. You can't get out everything that you want, but let's assume I can. But this is my absolute worst that I want to do on the trade. But I can look at this and start thinking to myself, you know what? I don't like the way it's trading. It's drifting down towards it. I don't like what the market's doing. I can always get out earlier, all right? And how I do that, I just flatten the trade. Okay, see, I'm out of the trade now. Oh, I see they've got these two here. Okay, interesting. This is something new for me. Again, I'm on a development version of this Brokerage Plus. Notice here, guys, I don't know if you recall, but now I was able to dock. And again, this is I was able to dock this. Before I had two, here's what I'm talking about. See how this is even, the docking also allows you, and I've got all my charts together. Okay, I've got all my charts together in a dock, so I can move them around. This is the scan I've got on my other monitor. Okay, I can move them around. Before, I used to have to break this up into, this was a separate dock, and this was a separate dock because I couldn't dock this window. And I was shown on the weekend how to do it. So now, this whole window is one big giant dock, which is what I wanted. Just to give you an idea. So, Debbie, if you watched the video, you're going to link, what that first video shows you, well, you've already linked it. So now, if you have to watch that second video, you're obviously now live. This second video, in Brokerage Plus really explains about how you can actually start to trade then. Because if you're linked, you just literally click on a symbol, and now, how you're going to trade it will be up to you, of course. Meanwhile, guys, CCXI, as I hate to use the term suggested, but just said, can watch it. It's got all this room. It's trying to come back. 2 months ago, it just got devastated. So how is the trade of the week doing? SWBI. Okay, so I guess, if you took it, it did trigger, but 29.15, you know where your stop is, the, I think it's the rising 10 SMA, I think that's what the email said. So you still have a stop. So Dev, have you watched that video? But remember, there is a suggested stop on it. So on the SWBI. Okay, guys, take a look at FLR here, FLR. Good, pretty volume is not terrible. It's 1.5 times normal. Had a nice day on Friday, pulling back a couple of days, I suppose, but especially Friday, pulling back now. And it has room. There's the low. It has about $1 until it hits that. I'm not saying it's going to, but for those of you looking to maybe short something. I mean, below the whole number, which I love. Meanwhile, yeah, SGOC was not, wow, look at this, not over. Oh, man. So look at that pullback. What did it get to? Got up to, what, 25 something? All the way down to 17. And then just ripping again. You know, if you're going to trade these are, yeah, it's very exciting. Very exciting. But, you know, I just wouldn't take too many shares. Because, I mean, it can drop $2 in a heartbeat, so. All right, guys. What am I looking at here? Seeing, again, you know, backed off on the LTHM. Now, I mean, it might come back. I mean, it is a nice big bottoming tail here, but I just don't like this over here, this 2148. But it's over 21 again. Let's see if it wants to run a bit. It's a big float, so it's not going to be, I don't think anyway, incredibly dynamic with 145 million in the float. It's trading 2.7 times normal up to this point of the day. All right, guys, CCXI. If you heard me earlier, again, this is not a recommendation. It was just, you got to look at this void here. And I always say this, if it met your trading plan to take a look at something like this because of this gap, then great. And then if you're sitting there saying, well, what's a trading plan? You better get one, you know. I can't tell you what your trading plan is going to be, but you know, that's why you've got to practice, practice, practice. I mean, this is basically, yeah, this is almost doubled off the bottoms here after it got just slammed that week. Okay, TPSD is starting to climb up a little bit here. Got all the way, well, I mean, it's a $6 pop, but again, this has we don't even have any float information on it. But looking at another, I think at FinViz or something, I think it had like 1.3 million shares outstanding. They did not have a float on it, but All right, guys, so you notice here, Hall. Remember I had that pullback? I said I put this in as a pullback. And so it took the trade right here, bounced off it a little bit. H-A-L-L. Remember I was demonstrating how you can take something on a pullback? Now, the same thing, knowing that I wanted to take this trade, again, in the simulator, on a pullback at 511, I would also have known where my stop was going to be. Okay, and that would have share sized me. So I would have been putting the number of shares I wanted to take. If I got it at 511, I would know where my stop would be. You know, I do go through the same exercise ahead of time and divide the difference between the entry and the stop into how much I was willing to risk on the trade. All right, guys. Give me a moment, please. What time is it? 11:02. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, as you said earlier, Zach, I don't know if you can still, if you're listening to me at all, but yeah, with the hard to borrow, with the SGOC, I think you were saying it was some, or was that TPST? I can't remember anymore. But Zach may not be able to hear me. Okay, just a minute. I should ask, Becca, are you in the room? All right. Well, you asked. Here she is. And then just getting ready for her exercise. There you go. Okay, there she is. You asked about my cat. Oh, you hear her all the time. All the time. There was no scanner, no, Hayden. No scanner showing the, no scanner like that. We don't have EMAs at all on a scanner. Yeah, we just don't have it. Sorry, Hayden. We just don't have it. Wow. SGTC, this was all right, here's another one flying here. AGFY, just flying here. Another, okay, now look left. 2143. Remember this one last week or on, yeah, it's kind of a sketchy day on Thursday and Friday. By that I mean look at the topping tail. So, sellers were pretty enthusiastic, but the sellers slapped them down twice, but maybe they're now completely in control. AGFY. Low float, 15.5 million in the float. 4.7 times normal volume. It's not a great spread, an 8-cent spread, not a great spread, but 6 cents right now. For yeah, I can. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, there are a lot of shorts. Well, 800,000. Yeah, we talked about that on. You should have this again. It's called SLB. Just do a search, SLB, within Interactive Brokers, and then you'll be able to eventually load this little box. And that no guess anymore. It's just going to tell you immediately. All right, guys, so I am experimenting a little bit here. I've got my up big yesterday reversing today and my down big yesterday, but up big today. I've got that up and running. On the weekend, I thought, you know what, let's take a look at what that one And I'm kind of experimenting with it a little bit here. This is where I saw the fleur, you know, up big yesterday, being Friday, down today. Okay, so listen to what Zach is saying, or read what he's saying. So if you have trade ideas, or, well, should have trade ideas. The only problem is, not, well, 14 is the 200-day moving average. But, you know, stick an alert around 13 and see if it takes it out. Well, can't you just see right above? It's always in stocks only. I'm sorry. It's always in stocks only. Okay? He's there all the time in stocks only. So right there. If 13 base, you'll keep an eye on along. Okay, now it it got up there. Yeah, that's why it's all segmented, okay? You're an off topic, and then we have stocks only. If you're into swing trading, we have a swing trading tab. And here's my home page. Here's my home page tab with my link, you know, with all the information, all the scans I share, all the education. All right, guys, I'm got something going. Oh, running up. I'm just trying. I have a running up alert, and I don't know where it's coming from. So the reverse of, you know, down big the day before and reversing today. Here's, for instance, ARPO. Again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. I'm not saying you have to take a look at it, but all right, guys. Things have settled down a little bit here for me. The QGen, that's what real. That's what Zach was talking about. QGen got halted because of news. So this is a news halt. This is not a volatility halt. Yeah, this DTSS, wild one. Look at that on Friday. I mean, how crazy was this? I mean, got up to 320, sold all the way down to 230. Big. There's the 200-day moving average. Threw it again. But you see these topping tails just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. All right, guys. Again, not getting too many new alerts now. So let's take a look at what happened in my watch list. So obviously a good alert here, 1713 for CCXI, got up to 1815. I think Hall was kind of brief, 539. Yeah, I didn't do anything. This one did, this was okay, set 219. And it got up to 256. And I don't know what this one did. MDIA, 558. And it got up to, I mean, not terrible. I mean, obviously CCXI is the big winner from the watch list. Mr. Dreamer, good morning. Okay, I know you guys are watching SGOC. Had a pullback. And these are, I mean, again, these are big pullbacks, guys. You can't take too many shares. 29 pulls back to 25. There's a $4 pullback. Remember, these are just 2-minute these are just 2-minute chart you're looking at. So just got to be really careful. All right, guys, I have to change headset. Just a minute. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. I'm just adjusting something on my other monitor. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll just put myself on mute just for a moment. All right. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of, yeah, the NRXP could be interesting later on. I mean, with the float, but it has pulled back a lot. And RXP. So it hit a high of 14.90 and it got all the way down to 11.90. I mean, there's a $3 drop on a, you know, that's a big percentage drop. So, hey, listen, it might pick up again. You need some volume to thrust it through, but with that float, anything can happen. 1.44 million in the float. There goes ARPO again, guys. Mentioned this one just, and there's a red bar ignored actually on the 5-minute chart for ARPO, ARPO. Mentioned this one as a bit of a comeback after being hit on Friday. Now it's a bit of a misnomer. I mean, look at where it did on what it did on Thursday. It had a huge gap up. So Friday just kind of rested. I mean, it's still way above that gap, that Wednesday close, but it was down. Okay, now it's trying to come back. ARPO. All right, what is the market doing? So the SPY had a nice run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An hour and 15 straight up. Little bit of a drift, not much in the last 45 minutes. Toughen, guys. TUFN. All right, what is TUFN doing and maybe why? As usual, no news. No news today. Look at the day it's having. I don't think I really, well, I didn't see this one until, I know why, the volume was too light, but it's really picking up now. That's why. The volume was underneath my minimum. But look at this, through the 200-day moving average now, TUFN. 22 million in the float, so it's not, it's a low float, not crazy low, but it is a low float. I don't know about BDN. I don't know. I don't know where you're looking. I'm not familiar with that at all. So we have July 29th. Interesting. We have July 29th for earnings. Certainly not infallible. Oh, count alert. Oh, okay. Count alert is just how many times, in this particular case, how many times the stock's made a new high or a new low. You know, if you see yellow here, so this has made 101 new highs, TUFN. Just another way of looking at momentum. Okay. What do I think about Palantir? Well, you know, it's one of the meme stocks. I don't think much of it. I mean, you know, unless look, I mean, it was a meme stock. The Reddit crew got a hold of it, but right now, to me, it's just dead money. So, don't really think too much of it. Unless it gets, you know, a lot of activity. Look at the daily chart on it. I mean, it's just drifting down, down, down. Wow, TUFN guys on the move here. TUFN on the move. Through that 200 day. I got another one of those with no news that I can see. Just moving because. Right sector. Mr. Real, good morning. Keep an eye on HGen, guys. HGEN. I'm just noticing a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Keep an eye on HGen right there. Look at that. You have an uptrend, and there's a red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. And then you have the follow-on is green, and of course it's got room. 1864. That's hit all the way up here, sold off. Maybe coming back. Look at this, HGen. So guys, I mean, remember what I said. Zach, who can hear me now, said he was going to be interested at 13 for seed. Just had to put your price alert at 13. Didn't mean you had to take it right away, but look what it's doing now. Meanwhile, TUFN, I mean, guys, I mean, and we just got halt. Okay, so the QGen just resumed after its news halt. QGen just resumed. And woo, big gap down. Guys, TUFN. And this just showed up on the option scanner. And looking left, 1110. So I'm sorry, looking left, 1335. So, I mean, this has got the room, guys. Can't tell you to take the trade. Just look at it go, guys. So, great one from the option scanner at 1184. So, can you not see the difference between that one and the LTHM? Look at the difference. Look left here. Pretty close to the alert. And TUFN. Look left. Lots of room. Lots of room. Huge difference. Now you got to trade it, okay? I mean, you can't just expect things are going to keep going higher. So you can see the first alert for TUFN was at $11.19, not that long ago. Now, how about that? We ought to take a picture of this one, guys. The alert was at 11:19 Eastern Time, and the price was 11:19. There's got to be something in that. So there's our new scan, okay? When we get the time and the price the same, pile in. Kidding, of course, but I'm not sure I've ever seen that. I've never really looked, but and look at the market, guys, drifting. Now starting to drift down. We're almost like another 9 minutes or so for this candle to close, but starting to drift down. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, here's another one that was up big on Friday. Actually, I had a couple of nice days. Kind of. Thursday was a recovery day. Not bad, but reversing. I'm really this is what I'm looking at. I'm just really paying attention to the up big yesterday, reversing today, and the down big yesterday, but up big today. Just kind of keeping an eye on this one. I haven't had this one up for a long time. Good for reversal plays. Again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Two of the scans I'm sharing. And you click here, my home page, and click on the scan section, and this is what I'm talking about. Up big yesterday, down big yesterday, and reversing, okay? Those are the two scans that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. You know, QSI is now doing, you know, up big, starting to reverse. Any update for Zealand? Nope, not that I know of. If there's no news, if you're searching for news on it, I mean there is, you know, it's popping here, a little bit of volume coming in, but there's no. I guess it expands its off. I guess there was some news this morning. Expands its offering of robotic process automation with intelligent document processing, etc. So I mean, it had a little bit of news this morning, but I mean, it's up 13%. I'll give you that. But it, you know, look what it's been doing. But there is some volume coming in, definitely, and it's right at Friday's high. So look, if it takes out Friday's high, I guess it's got a shot to get to Thursday's area, which was 385. But there's no specific news right now. If you're wondering why is it popping right now. Boy, I mean, keep an eye on the Celdex. I mean, this is the one I shorted in the pre-market. Did pretty well on it. Look at this, 40. Takes out 40. I mean, this is where it was on Friday. I mean, again, you know, it's phase 1B news. And just a minute, guys. What a reversal. Look at this reversal for TUFN. Wow, right up here, 1350. Whew. It's not a, you know, it's not an incredibly low float. 22 million in the float. So, I mean, it's not high, but it's not crazy low. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Sean in the YouTube room today. Okay, well, a little bit of an applause here for East. What is it doing? That's my sound alert here. Oh, actually, it's right here, MDIA on. Okay, look at MDIA now, 558 at 6, volume coming in. This was one that was halted earlier, I believe. It was halted at 538 at 940. And look at the volume coming in. Look left. What do you see? 590. You know what? It takes out that 590, which is looks like that's last month's high. And today's high is is 611. Gets through 6 again. The next high is 711, or sorry, $7 on the monthly chart. So this has some room. And it's a very low float. A lot of things can happen in this one. So I keep an eye on a 7 break. Or sorry, it's not a 7 break, but a 6 break again. And see if it takes that out with some volume. Look at the volume that came in. 1.8 million in the float. So, as I say, anything could happen. Traders get a hold of this one. All right, guys, so I just confirmed Sean will be in the YouTube room when I take my break at noon, around noon. I'll pop the link. In fact, I'll pop the link in right now. You can head over there if you want while I'm on my break. All right, guys, keep an eye on the seed. The seed had the pullback. Had the pullback all the way down to 12, just underneath 13. And there it is now. I have an alert set just over 14. See if it takes that out. Body, B-O-D-Y moving down. What's the low look? 885 is the low. This is, I don't know what they do. The Beachbody Company, all right. Health and wellness company, sure, why not? Recent IPO, not very good. Look at this. All right, on the flip side, guys, LMFA down big on Friday. Trying to come back. LMFA, remember this one? Thursday got up to 778. Bad word, bad word, bad word. I missed getting into my MDIA. Blew right through where I wanted to get it, and it just got halted. No, well, it happens. And it just got halted. Look at that red bar ignored. Look at Celdex, guys. CLDX underneath 40 now. 39.78, drifting down. And earnings season hasn't even started. Look at the action we've had today. Keep an eye on the seed, guys. I mean, this is really looking like it wants to pop through 14. Notice it's sort of a top of a channel and all. Well, let's take a look left. Look left, 15. Well, maybe you know it's going to stall really at 15. I know Zach was talking about could see 15. You know, it could stall right there. There's the monthly high of 2 months ago. No, okay, guys, there's seed right now, 1405. Yeah, I'm going to be taking I'd like to do it, but I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. That's something, you know what? I take a break, guys. I do take a break no matter what. But I'll put it again. Baos, B-A-O-S. Could halt, yes. No kidding. What's the high looking left here? Is 393 is through that. 444, so it's got some room to the 444 right there on the daily chart. All right, I have to attend to somebody just a minute. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to take my break pretty soon here. I think Sean is going to be in the YouTube room in a few minutes. I'll be taking my break. Keep an eye on that. I mean, the CellDex, I mean, I'm not back in it, but boy, it just looks like it wants to keep moving down now. CLDX. Okay, so we had an hour of the market moving down, not horribly, just inching its way down. We had an hour. Now maybe that is over. We got a green bar right here. ORMP, guys, ORMP now. Okay, another one, 25.8 in the float, so that's certainly not high. Take a look left on the weekly chart. What do you see? You see 14.35 as a high, so it's got about $1 to that high in the weekly chart. Same high, I'm sure, right here. However, look at the monthly chart or the daily chart. It looks like there could be some, resistance right around 1350. I mean, just look at it right here, 1350. And even if it got through that, then, up to that 14 level. So it's not like it doesn't have a ton of room. Doesn't mean it's not going to just race higher, but unless there's some news I can see, and I don't see any news on it, but I mean, look at this could just, oh, there's the BAOS. Again, look left here, and 444 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. That is shortable too. Yeah, Art, is that a warrant though? I saw that's halted. Okay, it's not a warrant. Okay. Art's Way. All right. They do a lot of things. In a low float, 1.98 million in the float. Again, looking left on that monthly chart, 550 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. All right, and we just got an alert LAC from the option scanner. And LAC just got alerted from the option scanner, guys. So again, look left. What do you see? What do you see? 1621 looks like that's the next. I mean, it's got some room, but I don't know. Just to me, it just doesn't have enough. Yeah, don't talk to me about MDIA. That's the one I wanted right here. Anyway, I'm sure Sean is going to show up anytime now, so I'm going to have to put my announcement in. So back around 12:40, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Barry. Thanks for passing the mic. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session. So for the next hour, for those of you who are hanging out with Barry, we will be shifting into live Q&A just for the next hour. Then we'll go back to Barry, and he will take you all the way to the close. So for those of you who might be hearing my voice for the first time or tuned in at noon Eastern for the first time, what this session is this is an opportunity for us to dig deep into any questions that you have that are specific to the software. So if you're having trouble getting started, if you're new, you need help figuring things out, well, this is the place to ask your questions. So bear with me one sec here while I take care of an administrative item here, and I'll wait for your questions in the meantime. But just bear with me while I take care of this. Okay, sorry about that. And now here we are. Hello, Grants. Thank you for saying hello. I see that we've got 80 or so people logged in here. So, guys, whether you are a complete beginner, not even knowing where to start, or if you're a long-time resident of the Trade Ideas community and you think you need help with something a little bit more advanced, that's okay. Throw your questions in here. I promise there's somebody out there who will benefit from your answer, the answer to your question, not just you. So the more we all participate, the more we benefit. Don't be afraid. And I say this at the beginning of every Monday Q&A session, and that is, I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous on the platform. So if I can't answer something specific, I can certainly point you in the right direction to the people or resources that can. So while I wait for questions to come in, I'm going to do something I tend to do at the top of every Monday Q&As. I like to go through my open swing trade positions. You can see my brokerage plus window right here. And you can see my open positions. I only have about 9 of them, which is pretty low for me. Typically, I'll have a portfolio of 20, 25 long positions at any one time. But there's been a couple of events that have shrunk this list in recent weeks. Number one being we had a pullback in the market a couple weeks ago that stopped out a lot of my long swing trades. Some got stopped out for losses. Many got stopped out for small wins. A couple big winners got stopped out. So all good. And then you throw in the holiday week that we had. And then I've been traveling a little bit over the last couple weeks. So I just haven't added a whole lot of new positions. So my open positions are pretty low right now. And now before everybody starts counting up my unrealized profits right here, let's be aware that I am demoing the Trade Ideas Simulated Trader. So these are not actual trades. I don't hold these open positions with real money. I wish I did. These are some nice winners. But I'm doing this to demo the simulated trading feature within Brokerage Plus. And so what I like to do is I'm just going to go through all my open positions. The nice thing about Brokerage Plus and trading through the Brokerage Plus module is that you could have your stop loss orders visible in your chart. It'll not only show you, this red line here shows me the price at which my stop loss level is currently resting, but it also shows me what my P&L would be approximately if my stop loss level got hit. So this particular trade or position, this JYNT, I'm sitting on $1,100 of open profits. But if this stock were to roll over and my stop were to get hit, I'd only walk away with 320 in open profits. Not that that's a bad trade, but it just kind of shows you, it visualizes real nicely what your profits could be. And I like that. So what I like to do is I like to drag my stop losses up in the direction of the trend. I never move them down. When I swing trade from the long side. So these are long trades. And I'm very visual when it comes to my stops, which is why I love being able to see my stop loss order here on the chart. All I'm going to do is just move my stops up, and it's simple to do it. I click on the line, I just drag the line up. It's moved up to there, and now it'll refresh. There you go. Now my stop loss has been moved up to around $80 a share, and now if my stop gets hit, I'll walk away with $668 of profit. Nice, right? Super simple. This is so easy for me, and I love doing this. I just drag and drop my stop loss. Let me drag my stop to right there. Like I said, there's no science to these stops, guys. I'm just looking for obvious levels of support on charts. I've been trading for 23 years. This method works well for me. I'm not trying to get out on the top. I never get out at the top. I always get out when a stock is pulling back, hopefully pulling back from much higher prices, right? That's the goal. So let me just finish updating my stops. I think these two I'll leave alone. Yep, we're good. Okay, so that's it. Okay, I see a couple questions came in. Bad Diane, is that it? Badian? How do I see a stock before they pop? Well, unfortunately, my crystal ball's in the shop, but if it were available, I would be selling it for lots and lots of money. There's no way to predict the future, Badian. I cannot tell you a stock that will pop before it pops. Nobody can. Whoever's telling you they can, they're selling you a bill of goods. We can certainly find stocks that are moving and are on the move. But our software does not have any predictive ability, and nobody or no machine can predict. If they tell you they can, they're lying to you. I'm sorry to tell you that. Trey Lang, good morning. How do you scan for stocks consolidating for 2 weeks just under the 50-day simple moving average? Okay, Trey, that's a good question. Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build a top list. A top list is where we can build a list of stocks that meet certain criteria. And to do that, I go to my Trade Ideas menu bar, I click New, I select Top List Window. This brings up my Top List Config window. I'm going to double click Start from Scratch to get this little orange arrow going. And then I move over to the Search tab. This is where all the magic happens. All right. Now, before I start typing in search terms, you can see if I scroll through here, you can see every single filter that is available within Trade Ideas. There are hundreds of them. Okay. We certainly don't expect you to hunt and peck looking for any specific item that you're looking for. The best thing to do is just go into the search terms box and type in keywords. In this case, I'm going to type in SMA, simple moving average. So you want stocks that are consolidating just under the 50-day simple moving average. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a change from 50-day SMA filter. Okay. So with this, we're going to highlight this filter. I'm going to click Add Filter. It's going to move me over one tab to the Window Specific Filters tab. The change from 50-day SMA is highlighted. That's what I just added. And now I'm going to put a max here of 0. Let's put a max of 0. Okay. Why am I putting a max of 0? Because I'm only interested in stocks that are under their 50-day moving average, right? Now you're saying just under, so we can qualify what just under means. We can do, let's see, for a minimum, So my minimum, would I put a negative number here? I always mess myself up with the once we get into negatives and positives. I check my work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I did it right. So here, I set the minimum at -10 and the max at 0. So if I check this show me button here, this little magnifying glass, it will tell you in plain English what we've done. And what we've done is show me stocks so the price is no more than 10% below the 50-day single period moving average. Also show me stocks where the price is at the 50-day SMA. So basically any stock that's within 0 to 10% below the SMA will fit this criteria. Now you could fudge this number or play with this number tray. I mean, if -5 is more what you're looking for, you might need to play around with it a little bit until you dial it in exactly the way you want it. But that's a good start. So this is going to show us all stocks that are no more than 5% below this 50-day moving average. Now, the second part of your question was you want stocks consolidating. Well, consolidation is one of those subjective things that's in the eye of the beholder. You might want to play with position and range filter. Let's see if I go to position and range. Not sure if this is what we want. But maybe let's go. So we're doing 50 days, right? So that's a little less than 3 months of trading activity because there's 20 trading days in a month. So 60 days would be 3 months. But maybe if we just do this position in 6 month range, okay, add filter. And in this case, what we do is we set the minimum to, again, you'll have to play around with this. Maybe let's set this to 75 and the max to 100. And if I put it in plain English, review, well, it doesn't do it for this one. But basically what this is doing is it's telling me the stock, these two filters combined tell me that the stock not only has to be just under the SMA, but it also has to be, within the top quarter, the top 25% of its range for the past 6 months. So that tells me that the stock is, kind of consolidating there. It's just under the SMA. So this might be one way that you could get to where you're looking to trade. Now, there's other ways to skin this cat with a variety of filters. But I think the change from 50-day SMA was probably the key one you were looking for. Let me know if you need more help. We could play around with some other scenarios. Asiri, when is the swing channel coming into the channel bar? I do not know that answer, Asiri. I'm not on the developer team, so I don't know what their timeline is for that.
I found some web results.
Oh, stop it, Siri. Siri's talking to me.
I didn't get that. Try tapping.
Stop it. Okay. So I don't have an ETA on when there's a swing channel coming into the channel bar. I assume you're talking about swing trading for Holly, because we do have a swing channel in here. If I scroll down, let's see if I could find it. At least we used to have it. We've been making some changes here to the channel bar in recent days. Okay, here we go. Swing ideas. We do have a swing ideas channel. I'm not saying this is the best place or the only place to get swing trading ideas, but this is a channel dedicated to swing trading ideas. But if you're asking, I assume you're asking about Holly, and yep, you just confirmed it for me. Holly swing trades, I don't know when that's coming. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. There's a lot of work that goes on in the back end to make stuff like that happens, and then all of that stuff is way above my pay grade. I'm not a coder. Okay. Grant is asking me, my broker asks me to put a price above the current price when entering a stop loss. Shouldn't price be below? I get confused. Yeah. Well, it depends, Grant. I mean, if you have a long trade on and you want to put a stop loss order in, then yes, your stop loss would be below the current price. But if you have a short trade on, you're short the shares and you have a stop loss, and your stop loss would be above the market. So I'm not sure what the issue is. I don't know who your broker is, but yeah. Stop loss for long trades is always below current market prices. All right, we've got a little lull in the questions here, so I'll wait for your questions to come on. I don't know if you guys, today's Monday. I hope you guys have checked out the Strength Alerts channel. For those of you who are Trade Ideas subscribers, you all get access to the Strength Alerts channel. And we got 5 new stocks in the hopper for the week. And let's take a quick look at their charts. We'll look at the daily chart. MyGen's off to a relatively good start. SCNP, not so much, not yet. Omni, we're up a little since the opening tick. NTRA down. Oh, this one's looking pretty good. So mixed bag so far. I mean, it's early going, hour and a half or 2.5 hours into the market. But guys, if you're unaware of the TI Strength Alerts that you have available in your channel bar and Trade Ideas, just find the channel Strength Alerts, and there's in this little top list right here, there's 5 symbols. This is updated every Monday morning before the market opens on Monday. And these are 5 trades that are generated by proprietary algorithms that have a really good track record of identifying good swing trades. And there's a little welcome screen here that you'll find when you come to the channel. You could open this up a little bit and read through. You can read through all about each ticker that was selected for this week and a little rationale behind each one and each idea. So definitely check it out. If you're a swing trader, and this goes back to you, Asiri, if you're a swing trader, you should be using this Swing Alerts or Strength channel. Great ideas here. In fact, if this is the first time you guys are hearing about the TI Strength, I'll share a link here for you. Put it right here in the chat panel. TI Strength Alerts. You could click through that link there and learn more about the TI Strength Alerts, and you can see the performance, the backtester performance of these 5 picks every week. Pretty dang impressive, if you'd ask me. So guys, I'm getting back into the swing of things here. I was traveling last week, hanging with the Trade Ideas team out in San Diego, or not the whole team, but much of the team. And so I'm just kind of getting back into the swing of things over here. A lot of sorts, you know, when you're away from your desk for a few days, it's just like you got to get reacclimated. I have all sorts of unfinished projects sitting on my desk that I need to remind myself what the heck I was working on. So guys, I see that we've had at least 15 people log in since I first made my announcement when we started the session. So for those of you who missed out when we first started, this is the live Q&A session. So any questions that you have, throw them into the panel here. Any content that we discuss here will be driven by your questions. If there's no questions coming in, then it's going to be a pretty dull 45 minutes till the top of the hour when I pass it back to Barry. We will go back to Barry in the live trading room and he will take you into the close. You guys seen this? What happened to that one stock? There was a stock that was screaming higher. Oh, this one has already rolled back. This TUFN. This thing was screaming higher earlier. It was up like 35% or something since the opening bell. I mean, this is just an intraday chart here, 5-minute chart. Stock open around 950, traded up north of 13. It has since given a lot back. That's what's up with these low float stocks. Looks like the S&P is just, I got a little S&P chart up here in the upper right. I mean, this is a 15-minute chart going back. You can see part of 4 days, but this is Thursday, Friday, and today, and this uptrend is just, especially the last 2 days, it's just unbroken. It's a pretty impressive move in the S&P. As anyone who follows me on Twitter knows, it's a bull market, you know. Here's the S&P daily chart going back several months, and this is just one very strong trend. Every dip is bought. I mean, and that's been the story. That's been the story for years, right? I mean, with the exception of the coronavirus scare, and even that dip got bought, but at much lower prices, of course. Trey is probably right, Grant. It sounds like you might be, if you're still running into issues with your broker, you might be using a stop limit instead of a stop order. Things can get a little tricky. You know what? A good rule of thumb that I always follow when it comes to trading is that if something is complicated and I don't understand what I'm doing, then I don't do it. Now, I know that sounds like really simple advice, but if you really think about it, it's very helpful. I've been trading for 23 years, and there are certain things in trading that I just don't do. And why? Because I don't fully understand them. And if I don't fully understand something, then if I start losing while doing that, I won't know why I'm losing. And there's nothing worse than losing money and you can't put a finger on why you're losing. And I've been in that situation many times. In fact, I was in that situation recently with an options strategy that I've been putting on. And for the life of me, I could not figure out why it was losing money. I felt like I was doing everything right. Everything was set up the way I wanted to set up. On paper, the thing should be printing money. But for whatever reason, every day for like 2 weeks straight, it just bled money. Not a lot, but it just, it was down a little bit every day. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I reminded myself, said, Sean, if you think it should be doing one thing and it's completely doing the other and you don't know why, well, then you don't know what you're doing and you don't understand it. So get out. And so that's just good advice, man. I'm telling you, you don't know. Trading can be as complicated as you want it to be, but it can also be as simple as you want it to be. And I've done both. And I've always done best as a trader when I've kept things simple. Simple is the key to life, especially in trading. Simplicity is the key to life, I should say, especially in trading. Problem is when you get things complicated, complicated things can work. Complicated strategies, complicated risk management schemes, they can work. But the problem is that when the shit hits the fan and stuff gets crazy and volatile and things are moving fast and things aren't going your way, it's easy to get flustered and make mistakes when something's complicated. At least that's been my experience. But if you keep things simple, if you got simple, if X happens, you do Y, that's it. You don't need to overthink it. Then you're less likely to make mistakes and screw something up. All right, well, it must be summer trading here. I know it's July. Don't have a lot of questions coming in. I see 90 of you logged into this room, so come on, folks. Nothing's too beginner. If you think you got a beginner's question you're embarrassed to ask, please don't be embarrassed. I promise you there's somebody who will benefit from your question. Any of you guys played around with the small exchange channel, trading any of these small exchange products? These are futures-like products that trade like stock with insanely small margins, and you could day trade these if you have accounts under 25K. For those of you in the U.S., if you have a trading account with less than $25,000 in it, you're not allowed to be a day trader. You have to hold trades overnight. But not true with the small exchange products. You could day trade these all day long if you want. Just curious if anyone's been trading these. I myself have not, but I keep an eye on them. You got treasuries, small stocks, crude oil products, technology index product. They just launched marijuana futures. They got metals, some dollars. So that's like a foreign exchange futures. Cannabis, there it is, the cannabis index. low volumes in these things right now, but I believe that they've got a pretty strong future. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, what's Holly up to today? Holly's put on all long trades except one. Morgan Stanley, she got short, and that did not work out. Holly got short trying to fade this rally here and just got run over. Stop loss got quickly hit. Well, that happens. Better that the stop loss got quickly hit. Otherwise, she'd be still sitting in a pretty big loser at this point. So. Hi, David. Good question. I'm not sure if you could trade small exchange products on E-Trade. I know you can trade them in Interactive Brokers. I know you can trade them through Tastyworks. The only reason I know this is because I have accounts at those places, but I don't know about E-Trade. I know it's not available on every trading platform, at least not yet. But I imagine it's only a matter of time. The best people to ask are the people over at Tasty Trade. They would know who the brokers are that allow you to trade small exchange products. Tastytrade.com. Go check them out. Well, it's All-Star weekend here in Colorado. The All-Star game's happening in Denver tomorrow night. If anyone's baseball fans, people are pretty excited about that around here. It wasn't supposed to be here this summer, but they moved it to Denver last minute, and people here are pretty excited. Trader Raj has a question. When you open a trade with the AI in an interactive broker, so Raj is asking about Brokerage Plus, okay? And it says, next day, if you open a trade with the AI and Interactive Brokers, next day will the stop loss be in place even if you don't open the platform? That's a loaded question, Raj, and it's got a couple of answers. First of all, if you are trading the AI, if you're auto trading the AI, well, the AI is a intraday trading platform. Meaning every trade that Holly gets into intraday, she'll be out of by the end of the day. Okay? She holds no trades overnight. Therefore, it's not going to enter stop loss orders that will carry over from day to day because it's going to exit the trades by the end of the day. Now, that said, you can overwrite the entries that Holly gets into and make it so that you hold those trades for multiple days. And if you place a stop loss order in our platform, then yes, that stop loss will stay good till canceled until you get filled. In fact, if I pull up some of my positions I'm in right now, you can see in this chart, I got my stop loss order displayed right here. This stop loss order has been working ever since I got into the trade. And I got into this trade, if you look, oh, you know what? I just updated my software recently. It changed my columns. I used to have a column here that showed you the date that I got into the trade. Oh, here it is. I just have to stretch it out. I got into this JYNT trade back on May 25th. You can see it right there. And I've had this stop loss order working ever since. Now, I've changed the stop loss order, and I've showed you guys earlier where I can drag and drop my stop loss orders to new prices, right? I just dragged it down. That's where my stop loss is, but I want it to be up here, so I'm going to put it up there. That's where my stop loss order is, and it'll stay working until that order gets filled. So, Raj, I hope I answered your question there. We kind of danced around it a little bit, but yeah, when you're using the AI, if you're using the AI as it's constructed, by default, it's not going to hold any trades overnight. They're all day trades by design. And I think maybe what you might be hinting at there, and I'll just kind of nip this in the bud right away, is that the Holly AI engine is not designed to be a set and forget strategy. It's not something that you turn on July 1st and then go on vacation to the Seychelles Islands and come back on August 1st, look at your account and see all the money you made. That's not how it works. You need to engage with the platform every day. You need to turn it on every day. You need to activate the strategies every day. All right? It's not an ETF. You don't just turn it on and then just magically trades appear in your account forever in perpetuity. No. You do have to engage with the platform every day. And we encourage everyone to stay engaged with the platform throughout the day. Now you don't have to sit here and stare at your screen all day long if the Holly is auto trading for you. But we recommend that you check in from time to time because you never know. All right, you never know what could happen. Maybe there's a system outage. You know, maybe your internet connection goes down and then everything closed on you. I mean, who knows? There's always things that are out of everyone's control when it comes to computers. And so it's good to check in on your positions from time to time just to make sure everything looks good. That's it. That's my advice. Now, I'm not saying we've had issues like that. If we have, they've been very rare, but it's your money. I'd want to be on top of it. So folks, I got about 30 minutes left to hang with you. And so far, we've just been kind of cruising along. Okay, Trader Raj, follow up. When you are creating a new strategy, you have a smart stop, but is there any smart profit level or any profit taken level commonly used? Well, if we're talking about Holly AI, then yes, every trade that Holly gets into, let me pull up the Holly channel real quick. Every trade that Holly gets into intraday, she has both a stop loss level and a profit target. So check this out. Let's pull up SGH she got into today. See the 5-minute chart here? The blue line shows you where she got in. That was her entry price. The blue arrow points to the candle in which she was entered. And so far, this is a nice position going our way, but you could see up here, 53.65, that's the profit target right up there. If the stock gets to 53.65, it's going to take the profit and close the trade. On the flip side, if it comes all the way down to 50.24, that's the stop loss level. That's where Holly will exit the trade. So when it comes to Holly, yes, there is a profit target and a stop loss on every trade. Now, those aren't the only reasons she'll get out of a trade. Those are two of the reasons she'll get out of a trade. Intraday, if you're set to conservative mode. The other reasons are a profit save algorithm, a reduce risk algorithm, and a ticking time clock, meaning there's a time limit on every trade that Holly gets into, and it depends on the strategy. Some trades she'll hold for 20 minutes, some trades she'll hold for 4 hours. It just depends on the strategy that was employed. And if that time expires and she's still holding the position because none of the other reasons got her out of the trade, well, then she just thinks of that stock as being kind of dead money and she'll just close the trade and move on. So yeah, Raj, if you're creating your own strategy, you can set profit targets and stop loss orders, of course. So let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window here. So if I go to my Strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, I got a couple strategies here. We'll do my swing trade buys. If I right click on my strategy and edit trading strategy, let's see, I can go to, is it order details? No, risk management, it's risk management. So if I wanted to have a profit target, I could, right here where it says target, right now I have it set to none, but I could set a, let's say percentage, and I could set the percentage to, I don't know, we'll say 5%. So if the stock goes up 5%, it'll exit, take the profit. And meanwhile, I've got a stop loss activated. For me, and with this particular strategy, my stops are 5% away. So maybe I might want to change this target to 10%, right? So 2-to-1 wins to losses, right? So I can't set that target here, Raj. Hope that was clear. Hope that answered your question. Good questions. Good questions. Thank you. Thanks for helping Grant out, Trey. I appreciate that. So I always repeat this during every session, and since we have kind of a lull here, I'll do it now. I usually save it for the end. But if you're a first timer here, or you've never heard this before, we do these live Q&A sessions every trading day at noon Eastern. We have a rotating cast of characters that host these sessions. I usually do Mondays. But on Tuesdays, we have Michael Noss. On Wednesdays, we have Steve Gomez. On Thursdays, we have Jamie Hodge. Fridays, we have Andy Lindloff. And every so often, we mix Chris Varley in to give somebody a day off, or if somebody's traveling or something. So every trading day, noon Eastern, we got a different voice on. And every one of us, we've all been trading a long time. Most of us, with the exception of Chris, have been trading for 15 years plus. And all have various depths of knowledge of the platform and use the platform in different ways. So we have different perspectives. And we all have different trading styles as well. So if you have the bandwidth, if you have the time, or maybe you're just plain old bored, come on in. Every trading day, noon Eastern, at this link here that you're at right now, this YouTube link. Just bookmark this link. You could join with one click. You're right in every day. And I promise you, there's a good chance that somebody will ask a question about a feature that you didn't know we have, or you'll learn something new, or you'll learn a new way to use a feature that you didn't know you could do. So why not, right? If you're bored, if you got the time, or if you're just a junkie about trade ideas, we have a few of you. You know who you are. Some of you are in here right now. I know who you are. You junkies that are here all the time. That's great. We love it. And they're here for a reason, because they know that every so often they learn something new. Raj, I'm not sure I understand your question. Stop loss and take profit has many options. Okay, let's go back here. Let's just look into it. Okay, so risk management. All right, so I'm guessing you're asking about what these different options are for stop loss, right? Okay, so let's go through it. And this is a good exercise for some of you who might be new. So if you use a percentage-based stop loss, this basically just means that my stop loss will be set at in this case, 5% away from whatever the price is that I entered the stock. If I set this to 15, then my stop loss will be 15% away from my entry price. So for example, if I'm buying a stock that's $100 a share, and my stop loss will be set at 15% away, well, 15% away from 100 would be 85. So my stop loss would start at $85. I shouldn't say start, just it will be at $85. You could adjust your stop loss later on after the fact, but your stop loss will be automatically set at $85 a share, which is 15% away from your $100 entry. So that's a percentage-based stop loss. If you use a dollars-based stop loss, you could just say, all right, I want all my stops to be $2 away. Now, that doesn't take into account what the price is of the stock, right? I mean, it could be a $100 stock, or it could be Amazon, which is what, a $3,500 stock? So it doesn't matter the price of the stock, but your stop loss will be $2 away. And obviously a $2 stop loss in Amazon looks a lot different than a $2 stop loss in a $5 stock, right? So use this one carefully. I don't recommend it, but you can use it. And then the filter one is a little bit more advanced, and we're not going to get into it here, but you could use a filter and then go to this formula page here, and there's a whole bunch of different filters you can use for stops. This is much more complicated, and let's not get lost there, please. Let's just focus on, you're probably going to want a percentage stop loss. That's the one that's most commonly used by every responsible trader, all right? And so for target, it's the same thing, right? You could set your profit target at a certain percentage above your entry, or you can set it at a certain dollars amount. Let's say $3 above your entry, okay? So that's what those options are, Raj. I hope that made sense. If not, keep throwing questions and we'll dig in. Kev, you always learn something new from TI. Well, that's great. Thank you. We try. We don't always deliver on promises like that, but I certainly can't guarantee you'll learn something every day you come here. But it's always nice to know when something hits home. I can tell you, I spent, like I told you, that last week I was traveling to California. I spent some time with the Trade Ideas crew down in San Diego and some of the developers. And man, they're working on some cool stuff. I don't have any ETAs on when that's coming, but man, they got some big projects coming, which will be pretty exciting, especially for those of you who like new features on Trade Ideas. Oh. All right, all right. This little penny stocks had been having quite some moves today. This little $5 stock opened around 4, shot up north of 6. I mean, even at this price, even way off its highs, it's up 31%. See right here, I got a little up mover since the open. Top list that I like to refer to throughout the day. These are probably my two favorite top lists I have right here. Up since the open and down since the open. So this is showing you stocks that are actually moving intraday. So here's Virgin Galactic, excuse me. Virgin Galactic has been trading down pretty hard throughout the day. Gapped down and it continues down. But if you use nothing else on Trade Ideas, you have just a couple top lists open that show you stocks sorted by change from open, you'll find some really great opportunities here. And for those of you who don't know about top lists, they update every 30 seconds. So it just scans the entire market every 30 seconds and delivers in this window all stocks that satisfy whatever filters you have. In this case, these windows don't have any filters. I'm just sorting them by price change. I might have a couple filters. I think I filter out penny stocks under $5 a share. Hi, Piano Man. Piano Man has a question. How do I set up voice speech alert on my watch list? Well, let's be clear on the language you're using there. When you say watch list, it sounds to me like you're referring to a top list. And top lists do not have alerts, any audible alerts of any kind, whether it's text, speech alerts or sounds or whatever. Only alert windows and AI alert windows have audible sounds. So let's see here. I've got an alert window right here, all-time highs. I know it's an alert window because it says A, has a little A up there in the upper left. If I wanted to set an audio alert that is text to speech, which is what you're asking about, the way I do it, I set it up just like I set up any audio alert, is I right-click in this window, I go to Properties, and I choose Actions, and I place a check in the box next to Play Sound, and then I can go into the Setup Sound Instructions box here and choose my sounds here. These are just kind of like the basic system sounds, or if you have any custom sounds, you can find them here that might be on your computer. If you hit this, it'll go into a menu, and I've got like some Mad Money sounds in here if I want to use any of these. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's how you do it. Okay, so just in the window you want to have the audio alert. Go here. Let me just show you the text to speech to be precise. Go to Properties, choose Actions, Play Sound, hit Setup Sound, and choose right here, text to speech. That's the one you want. That'll give you the voice command where Holly or whatever will just spell out the letter or the symbols, right? MSFT, AAPL, TWTR, whatever the symbols are. Okay? Piano Man, I hope that answered your question. Let me know. If not, we'll dig back in. Ermin asks, how can a stock with a low float of 5 to 10 million shares, how can it have 100 million shares in volume? Well, it's because the people who are holding that stock are day trading it. They're flipping it in and out multiple times a day. That's a stock that doesn't really have a whole lot of long-term holders. It certainly can happen, and it happens all the time. You'll often see times that when a stock has a major news event or something big happens, it'll oftentimes trade more shares that it's in the float, and that's because active intraday traders are flipping their positions throughout the day. And look, I used to be one of those guys. When I started trading in the late 90s, I was an active day trader. I had a handful of stocks that were just, I considered my bread and butter, and I just traded those 5 or 6 stocks all day long, in and out, in and out, in and out, hundreds of times a day. That's how you get stocks that do, volume that's multiples of their actual float. A lot of action in that name, whatever stock you're talking about there, Ermin. All right, folks, we got about 15 minutes left here, so running out of time to get your question answered by me today, so don't be shy. Let's see if any of these Holly trades today are setting up any good swing trade ideas. So I'll run you guys through this a little bit. It's something I do every day. We were talking at the top about my open positions here, my open swing trades. One thing we did not talk is, where do I get these swing trade ideas? Where do they come from? And I'll tell you, every single one of these ideas came from the Holly AI. Now, we talked earlier about how the Holly AI is a day trading vehicle, right? It only holds trades intraday. It doesn't hold anything overnight. But that doesn't mean that Holly can't be instructive to you as a swing trader. All right? The thing is, Holly gets into a trade because of a catalyst. Now, that catalyst can be any one of 100 different things, depending on the strategy that fired the trade. But whatever that catalyst is, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, let's say it was the stock crossed a key moving average, or the stock had an uptick in insider buying, or the stock printed a new all-time high. That catalyst, those catalysts have the potential to move a stock for several weeks, if we're lucky. And anyone who's been trading for any length of time knows that it's a statistics game. You gotta have an edge in your favor. All right? And even if the edge is only 51.49 in your favor, you can make money with that strategy if you get enough opportunities to execute against it, right? I don't want to get all poker analogies on you, or coin flip analogies, but yeah, if the edge in any strategy is at least 51.49 in your favor, you want to execute against it as often as possible, because the more often you execute against it, the more likely you are to reap the benefit of that strategy. All right. So with that background, I feel pretty confident when Holly gets into a trade intraday because of a catalyst. I feel like that catalyst is an edge that works in my favor. Now, I can't quantify that edge for you. I don't know if it's a 60-40 edge, a 65-35 edge. I don't know what that edge is, but through experience, through using Holly as my swing trade bullpen for the last 3 years, I can tell you I've caught some big winners. And I talk about this all the time, but in the course of a year, I will typically do somewhere in the neighborhood of 100, 150 swing trades using Holly. And of those 150 trades, probably 130 of them are a net wash, meaning small losers mixed with small winners. And they just basically end up to a net benefit of 0, right? But 10 or 15 of those 150 trades 10 or 15 of them will be big winners, and that does all the work. That is what makes the math work. Now notice I didn't say anything about big losers. I don't take big losers. You have to discipline yourself to not take big losers. You have to have a stop loss order and you have to honor it. Now, I enter every one of my swing trades with an automatic stop loss at 5% below my entry price. I don't care what stock it is. My stop loss is always 5% below. Now, is 5% the magic number? No, it is not. It's just a number that I like, works for me. Remember I talked earlier about how I like to keep things simple? Well, that's one way in which I keep things simple. So every trade I get into is a 5% stop loss, and I never deviate from that. And therefore, I never take any big losses. Okay? So 85% of my trades are small losses and small wins, and they offset each other, net zero profit. But those remaining 15 or so trades, that's where all my money gets made. And look at this right here. Look at my brokerage plus window. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of positions on right now, but you can see the open P&L in this column. You know, I got 3 positions that are up over $1,000 each, and then I got a couple smaller ones and a small loss. Now, the way I've got it set up is every one of my trades, I will not risk more than $200 of my capital. Okay? My stop loss of the stock is 5% away, but I size my positions. Notice the shares here. My share numbers are all different, right? The shares are different because I've got it set up so that I'm only losing, or if my stop loss gets hit, the most I'll lose is $200 of my capital. All right. So look at this, guys. I mean, these wins right here, these stocks are that I'm up $1,000, and I'm up 5 times what I risked to get into this trade. When I put this JYNT trade on, when I first put it on, I was risking $200. Now I'm up more than 5 times what I risked. That's the math that works if you're a swing trader, guys. You got to have big winners, and you're not going to have a lot of them. It's impossible to have a lot of them, but you just need a few, and then the math works. So anyway, I got off on a tangent there, but so every day when I'm usually in the last hour of the trading day, I've got this little custom layout that I've set up. I call it my AI Swings channel. It's right up here. This is a custom channel. It's unique to me, right? You guys can create your own channels and put them up here if you want. This was mine. And I've got this window here, this AI strategy trades window. This shows me all the long trades that Holly's gotten into today. It ignores the short trades she's done. I'm not interested in swing trading from the short side. That's just my comfort level. I prefer trading on the long side. So I've got all the long trades listed right here. And so usually in the last hour of the day, and I choose the last hour because by then Holly has gotten into all the trades she's going to get into for the day. She rarely will enter any new trades in the last hour or 30 minutes. So I'll basically just cycle through the charts. I got 4 charts up across the top. They're all pointing at the same ticker. They're just different time frames. So starting at the left, I got a monthly chart, then a weekly chart, then a daily chart, then a 5-minute chart. Really all I'm paying attention to at this stage is just the first 2 charts, the wider time frames, the monthly and the weekly. I want to swing trade stocks that have the wind in their sails. The trend is my friend, right? I want the stock chart to be going from the bottom left to the upper right. That's criteria number 1. Is this BYD overall doing that? Yes. I mean, it's pulled back in recent weeks, but overall, the broader trend is there. So this is a stock I will get into today. All right. SGH. Is this another one? Here's another one that I will get into today. I like this monthly chart. Up and to the right, weekly chart up and to the right. This fits my cup of tea. This one I do not like. I mean, it was strong, but the last 3 months it's given it back, and this weekly chart confirms that it's pretty ugly, so won't touch that one. This one, kind of messy. Monthly chart is kind of in the middle of the range. I don't like it. Move on to the next one. Don't like this one. Don't like this one. Now, guys, again, this is my preferences. I'm not saying this is the way you should do it, but I'm just showing you what I do. This is what I do. So I got a couple candidates here. This BYD I'll get into today. This SGH I'll get into today. Those are the ones I like. And that's where I get into my swing trades. And these are all informed by Holly AI. So for those of you, I think it was a Siri who was asking earlier about Holly AI Swings channel. Well, you can swing trade Holly right now doing what I do. You don't need a swing trade channel to be built for you. I know you want it. I know a lot of people do, but you can do it right now, my friend. All All right, so we got 7 minutes here. I got 6 minutes left to hang with you. So I'm going to issue last call for questions. If you're sitting on anything, if you're on the fence, or if you're a slow typer, get them in there now. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it back to Barry early. Sorry, I'm sipping my coffee here. Apologize, I'm sighing into the microphone. All right, well, I guess I'll just turn up the music a little bit while we wait for some questions. As we approach last call. Last call for alcohol. How are the sell in May go away folks doing? It's not doing so well, is it? I mean, look at this SPY going back, monthly chart. I mean, look at this weekly chart. I mean, is this eye-opening or what? This weekly chart in the SPY going back, what's that, 3 years? 2 years? I mean, is this the most steady looking uptrend you've ever seen? I've been trading for 23 years. I've said this numerous times, and you know, I have not seen a market like this off of that coronavirus bottom. I've seen some crazy things in my day, but the steady march higher in stocks since the coronavirus bottom has been nothing but astounding. How do you find an edge without multiple failures? Well, unfortunately, Ermin, failure is part of the process of finding an edge. You got to fail forward in this business. You got to make mistakes. You got to lose money, because I promise you that's the best way to learn. You could read every book out there on trading. You could take every training course that you could find online, both the free and the paid ones. But until you go in there with your own money and make mistakes, you won't learn. You won't completely learn how to trade, because mistakes are lessons. If you approach them the right way with your mindset, losses are lessons. Okay? If losses are not lessons, then you're doing it wrong. If you take a loss and all you do is get frustrated and angry and mad and you go kick the dog, which I've done all those things. If that's all you do, then the loss is truly a loss. But if you get curious about your losses and you try to figure out why you're losing, that's where the learning happens. That's where the edge is found, Ermin. Edge is a magical thing. And everyone's got different edges. And edges can be quantified in different ways. It's kind of that elusive thing out there. But you just gotta put in the time. You gotta kick the tires. You gotta try new things. You gotta get out of your comfort zone. You gotta make mistakes. My man, that's how it's done. That's how I've done it. It's not fun. It's not sexy. And it's certainly not easy. And anyone who tells you that trading is easy is lying to you. I've been doing it for 23 years and it's never been easy. Even when I've had really good runs where I've just felt like I was printing money, it was never easy. In fact, I think some of the easiest times I've had at trading is when I'm actually losing money, because that's what happens. If it's easy, you're probably doing it wrong. And that tends to be when I lose money. All right, guys, last call for questions. If I got time for something quick. If not, then I'm going to pass you back to Barry in the live trading room. Check with Barry, make sure he's back and ready to roll. So folks, like I said before, we do these every trading day noon Eastern. So if you think of some questions tonight or later today or early tomorrow morning and you're just burning to get that question answered or have a trainer walk you through live on the screen how to solve whatever issue you're trying to solve, come on back tomorrow at noon Eastern or any day this week or any trading day, noon Eastern. We're always here for you. And this really is the best place to get your questions answered, just because we can show it to you live on the screen and we can help multiple people, not just you. So it's a win for everybody. Thanks, Kev. Thanks for being here. If any of you are in Colorado, come say hi sometime. I'm in Boulder, Colorado. I run a traders meetup group. We get together twice a month. You should hang out. Hit me up on Twitter if you want info on that, at Chicago Sean. That's my handle, at Chicago Sean. Hit me up on Twitter. If you're in Colorado and want to be invited to my traders meetups, we'd love to have you. Well, David, then you know Boulder's a wonderful place. I'm not from here, but I've lived here for about 8 years now, and actually almost 9. Almost 9 years. It's a beautiful, wonderful place. All right, folks, we have reached the end of our live Q&A. Thanks for being here. Barry is about to tune right in here. I'm just waiting for him to start streaming, and the next voice you hear will be Barry. Take care, everybody. Trade them well.
But there are many brokers out there new to trading. I don't want to come off as saying that's the best. Okay, it's what I've been using for 4 or 5 years, and I like it, but there are other brokers out there. Well, just type in Interactive Brokers. Just literally type that in, and you'll be brought to their website. I am streaming in YouTube also. But why would you want that? You're in this trading room here, okay? This is what I call the main trading room. I do have a YouTube room going at the same time, but it's the same. They hear me, they see my screen, but this is way more active. There are way more traders in here, okay? So you don't have to go to YouTube. It's usually for people who maybe just want to hear me or see the screen, and they don't care that much about interacting with other traders. Not to put it down, but that's the reality. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is what I'd be doing. I'd probably put an alert up here, at 29 or so. See if it happens again. Again, there is the 200-day moving average, so sitting right on it. So I don't know if it's been officially stopped out. I really don't know, but it's getting close if it hasn't been. Is that for me, Kev? Look at the SPY guys. Wow, just flattening right out. So what is it doing? Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little, SPY's up a little. So the market is right now though just flattened right out for the last hour. Give me a moment here, guys. I have to talk to somebody. All right, I'm just going to take a look at Real Scan now. I don't know where it is. I know we put something in there a little earlier. Here it is, okay. Searching for the top. All right, guys, so let's see, what time is it now? 1:06. So at around 2, I will be in this development meeting. Okay, I want to try something here. Okay, and now I'm going to flatten it. Just give me a moment here. Well, earlier on, Kev, I mean, is SGOC went crazy on the short side. CLDX was awesome as a short CLDX. take a look at CLDX. I shorted that in the pre-market. Unfortunately, I did not keep it. Yeah, once you have the account, then you should take a look at this. I'm going to pop this link in for you. The first video, the short video, shows you how you connect Brokerage Plus. You can then use this. You can use it now, assuming you're using the downloadable application, not available on the web-based version. Okay, so if you're using the app, then if you watch the first video, it shows you how you can connect to Interactive Brokers. Then you'll live, and then from with here, if you want, you can use it to trade. You can use this window to trade. Okay, and then the second video is a lot more detail about, a lot more advanced things that you can do. But the big thing is to get the connection, and the first small little video will show you how to do that. Okay, I think there's another question. Okay, just want to make sure there are no other questions. Oh, okay, Nick, having issues. See your plot background, and I cannot see the timestamp and or the ticker. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you're talking about. You mean, for instance, are you talking about looking at my layout on the screen? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure how I can help you. If you're saying that you can't see the ticker, like right here is east, yeah, I don't know how I can help you. Oh, you're talking about I see. Okay, no. Yeah, nothing you can do about that either yet. You're talking about how mine is very bold? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm being promised is that the charts are going to be revised. Right now, only I can have this dark. Okay, and that's because I'm sharing my screen. It's not an option. If you go to the options here, it's just not an option. But I keep being told that we're revising our charts, and I think that there's going to be a lot more that you can do, with different colors, background, shading, etc. So right now you can't. There's nothing you can do. You can see mine, of course, but you're talking about with yours, it's kind of faded. Yeah, nothing you can do right now, anyway. Give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, on that one I can't help you, Don. I don't use a VWAP bounce scanner, so I mean the VWAP. You know, you can do things like finding stocks very close to the VWAP, but as far as a bounce scanner, just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to show my open positions here. Where is that? Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure something out here. I know. All strategy, all types. Dreamer, help me. I've got this new build that allows me to dock this, and now, as crazy as it seems, I don't know how to show all my open position or my closed positions here. As crazy as it sounds. I knew there was some kind of a something to show. All right, let me take a look at SFC that Real is talking about. SFC. It's not SFC. maybe STFC. Okay, let's take a look at that. I doubt it. I mean, this is just probably a buyout. So it's probably not that. Though I see what maybe he's looking at this, but this is a buyout, obviously. What's with it? Just crazy IPO from last week. 3 million, $3 issuing. I mean, nonsense. You take a look at it. I mean, there was only, I think the IPO price was at 3 and it closed at what, 20 something? And it's not a China stock. I was surprised when we saw that. Not a China stock. But I mean, there's no rhyme or reason for it. Oh, mine. Look at DD, guys. DIDI. Taking another drop down here. What a disaster. DIDI. All sorts of controversy about this one. All right, guys, sorry about this. I am trying to figure something out here, so I'm going to put myself on mute before I say something. Dreamer, are you here? You got to help me. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at a couple things on my thumbnail charts. I don't see anything dramatic. William, you still have high hopes for DD, don't you? Or is this just a trade? I mean, this has just been, what a mess. Yeah, I don't think that CGOC is going to hit 35 or 33. I think it's done for the day now, CGOC. All right, Bobby. Analyze STON. Sure, I'll take a look at it. All right, so first of all, no volume today at all. So 67,000 shares. I know it's moved up, 5%, but it's on very, very low volume. I don't really know what to say about it. I mean, the high last month was what? Oops. The high last month was, just a minute. It just jumped on me. Sorry about that. I mean, the high last month was 303. The high before that was 280. You know, I mean, until it breaks over 3, I just don't see a trade in it. The next high way back here is 537, but you know, there's no volume, none, zero. So hard to analyze anything that's going to happen unless it gets some volume and our big pop through 3. I don't think anything is going to happen with it. I don't see any news on it right now. All right, guys, I was just having a problem seeing the previous trades, and that's what I was messing around with. I'm in this development version, and I loaded this, and it just wasn't giving me what I was looking for. But anyway, I think I've got it now. So yeah, actually, I saw Clove had a downgrade today this morning, John. All right, I know you guys are all excited about XCLA. Some of you. So nice move again. Volume, lots of volume coming in. Doesn't trade options, so that's why it's not going to show up in the option scanner. CLNN. I don't think I've ever seen them before. 565, 34 in the float, 34 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. Actually, pretty good. So this was looks like this was was this a SPAC? No, it wasn't. It's not a SPAC. I'm just always suspicious when something opens around 10. So it was not a SPAC. And just looking to see if there's any specific news that I can see. I can't see anything yet. All right, give me a moment, please. Well, it is interesting. I mean, there's the high, 1259, and the spread is not terrible for something that's moving like this. And this would be right here is 1228. There's the, well, as opposed to today, which hit 1258, but that's the high. I'm sorry, you have to look over here. So the high is 1650 and 1470 and 1342. Okay, so there are some highs over here. Well, I have to put an alert maybe around 1225 and see what happens at 1225. All right, guys. So I'm just looking at the SPY. The SPY is maybe trying to make a little bit of a move now. And we had about an hour and 15 minutes of really strong consolidation. Maybe trying to make a little move up. Well, this one has the highest float turnover by far that of the things that I've seen. This is the MTSL. Traded 64 million with only 2 in the float, 2 million in the float. So let's see if it can break out of here later on. You know, I'm going to stick an alert around 7:30 or so, see if it can take that out later on. Did get up to 9. Not shortable for me, so I can't even say, okay, if it breaks down. So I'm just going to stick an alert up here. I mean, that's, look at that. I mean, 64 million with two in the float. No leaf blowers today. They're tomorrow. And if you can hear them, think about my cat. Okay, guys, take a look. GMVD, what are you doing? GMVD was down on Friday. It's moving higher. Well, not really. It had to pop. That's why I saw it. GMVD. All right, let's see if I can do this. There we go. Flipped it around. Well, yeah, the market is just flat right now, guys. Not a lot. I'm not getting too many. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts, so that's not a matter of too many. I'm not getting any. So, actually, East just came in. What's the float? Oh, 10 million in the float, and shoot, look at this though. 370 and 375. Yeah, that could easily stall it. Too bad. I wish this weren't here. I wish it were more of a straight shot to the 8 level. Because with that float, I mean, anything can happen. But I just think this is going to probably stall too much right around here, right around that 370 mark. But volume is coming in. I try. I do. Usually, I close the room at 3. I'll always stick around if there are questions afterwards. I will do some trading on my own if I feel like it. That gives me the, that's why I do some, not often, but I do some pre-market trading, but I will do some trading on my own. Not necessarily every day, but yeah, then I can just concentrate on that. Not every day though. All right, here's the alert set right up here around 12 something for the CLNN. See if it takes it out later on. All right, guys. Well, I'm not, again, no new alerts, so I'm just not going to try to overtrade or anything. I'm not going to try to manufacture something. WORX. Let's see, what is it doing? WORX. All right, so WORX. So let's take a look. Again, look left. The next high looking left on the daily chart is it's up here, 250 or so. So it does have a little bit of room on the daily chart on a percentage basis. It does have some room before it hits the next high. Huge volume day for it. WORX. Big volume day for it. You can look at that volume bar right there. But what you'd like to see is some volume here on the 15 or 2-minute or 5-minute, rather than just you have decreasing volume on the 15. So that little pop there could just mean nothing. Well, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 888, so it's about $1 to go here. And Zach says he has chased this one. Yeah, because there's really, you're chasing it on the 2. The argument to be made right here, that little red bar ignored in the 5, but that's about $1 ago. J&J, let's see what's happening with J&J, if it's being hit on that news. It is. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Give me a moment here, guys. I am making an adjustment to a scan. Well, guys, this is about as slow as I've seen it for me anyway, in a while. This is not going to last. Earnings season is upon us. Goldman Sachs tomorrow, I believe. Pre-market, yeah, tomorrow before the market opens. I think we've got Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Citi, and of course we have Alcoa, which kind of unofficially kicks it off on Thursday. And then next week we'll have a ton of earnings plays. So we'll definitely have some excitement for the probably next month regarding earnings. Remember this window, guys. Hardly anything in it, right? Remember this. So both these windows are going to be full. Those are my earnings plays windows. So I always see these things and, serious but very rare. So, I mean, I don't know. I have an opinion about something like that. I mean, how rare is rare? Does that mean you just stop it? Not to downplay it, but Well, that just fizzled out. The CLNN just completely fizzled out. So nothing to see there now anyway. TPST fizzled out. SGOC, yeah, kind of fizzling out. Seed is fizzling out. A lot of these high flyers in the morning. NRXP fizzling out. We might have to find a brand new one for the afternoon. Something that wasn't triggered at all. MITQ really fizzled out. I mean, cut in half. Well, all right, guys, I'll be back. All right, guys, I'm back. MDIA, is it taking off or is it done again? No, you're right, it's taking off again. Well, that's the first time, I think. Zach sold it too at 150. Boy, is it ever taking off? Now, this is almost an all-time high. In fact, it is an all-time high right now. Look at that, 888 was the high over here. 898, and it's halted. And boy, this is going to be a huge open. No, I know it's not moving. It's halted. This could be a huge open. 950 is what I see. What I'm talking about. So it's halted at 898, 950 so far. It's not 100% that that's where it's going to open, but at least you don't see 88, something way underneath. I never see that, William. I know that's from Fidelity, right? Oh, I always believe IB. Well, this is what I see. If you have, Matt, if you have Interactive Brokers or any broker, I mean, I'm sure every broker has something like this. It's just time and sales. Okay, this is time and sales and Interactive Brokers, and this is my screen. But if you don't have Interactive Brokers, your broker should have something like this. But again, if you do have IB, then it's just time and sales, and here it is. You know, but it flips around. I mean, this is not hard and fast rule. So, you know, I remember I was just saying it was 950, 950, but now it's starting to drop. So, and it just opened. It just opened. Wow, did it open? And man, what an opportunity. Going through 10. You see how it opened and it came right back down and had an opportunity to get it really low, and then it just popped right back up. You got to be quick on these. Look at the float, 1.8 million in the float. Not for the faint of heart. Wow, look at it go, guys. I mean, look, this is, remember we were saying how boring it was? Well, this is the one. This is the one. Look how not unboring this is. So from my watch list, really early at 5:58, there's almost a double. All right, guys, I'm going to head into this development meeting now. I don't know how long it's going to last. So I got to put myself on mute. I'll put the announcement in. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see. Yeah, take a look at this one. This no, where is it? This is one that was flying high earlier, CLNN, and it got back up and then it pinged right back down. So, again, with this low, well, it's actually not a crazy low float, 34 million. So it's not a crazy low float. I think I'm gonna have to stick my alert again, just over 12, around 12:30, and see if it takes it out again. That next high looking left was I think that 1470. Maybe 1342. I guess the next high looking left is 1342. Obviously today's high is there, but so we'll have to just see. What do I think of IC? I think it just hasn't really gotten rolling yet. It's teased this morning. Didn't have very much volume up here at 10. This was no volume at all, like a couple hundred shares, if that. So it's just, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. It's just have to see if it gets back up to that 950 level and bases. Other than that, I don't really know what to make of it. Yeah, you guys are, wow, MDIA, so halted on the way up or halted on the way, halted on the way up. So, I mean, look, it's an all-time high. Nothing's stopping it. I mean, right there is the high, 1067. And this has the chance to open, well, as we speak, and I see 1070, so it has the chance to open above that high. And this could just really rip into the close. Yeah, no shorts available for MDIA. Also at Interactive Brokers. When time did they get halted? 241.11, so 245. Okay, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. How is CRTD looking? I know it was popping while I was in my meeting. Yeah, so I mean, well, you've got to definitely a blow off top right up here, 738. I mean, that's a big drop. So, I mean, if you're looking to go long, I mean, there's no entry yet, in my opinion. It's still drifting down. That was a good short if anybody was able to take it up in this area right here. I'm just waiting on the MDIA guys. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. Well, not interesting. It was not a 10-minute halt. You know what? I'm sorry. I just can't add. 241. It was 246 is when it opened. Okay, I'm sorry. I added incorrectly. Look at it go. All right, guys. Well, the MDIA again. You, and if you can figure out how to trade it, I can't tell you how to trade it, but I mean, this is just an all-time high. Just I have to go for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, I mean, I listen. I would keep an eye on, still on MDIA if it gets back over 11. I mean, it has a shot. It's got obviously no resistance because it's an all-time high. What a day! I mean, look at the day, guys. Look at the volume. Hmm. Okay. Meanwhile, another one is ringing in my ear. This H, probably a low float, right? HFFG. They're not crazy, but 35 million. Well, you can try me, Tilal. If I can't answer it, I'll direct you somewhere else. Okay, but you can try me regarding a specific question. If I can't answer, I will send you somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference is, of course, the float. I mean, it's still crazy low, 8 million. The other one is what, 1 point something, right? So that is the reason why something like an MDIA can go ballistic. I mean, this is, see, this is only up 10%. Meanwhile, this HFFG is some late day runners, guys. We see this every single day. After about 1:30, we start seeing these great runners. All right, so as far as that is concerned, go to the home page and ask for the script, okay? I can't help you anymore. If you're following what they're saying, having both in administration mode, etc., there's not much more I can help you with, but go to the home page and say, listen, I'm having problems. Okay. You'll see not a pop-up, but you'll see a way in which you can start a chat, okay? In the back test, let me see. I haven't. Where in the summary is that, Talal? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, let me just try one. I mean, this is not going to look good probably, but let me just try one. Okay, so where is the summary that you were talking about? Oh, here, right. Oh, okay, sure. Well, that's just it. How many shares are you committing? You can either go at share size or dollars per trade. Okay, so you can say I'm going to commit $5,000 per trade, or you're going to commit a certain share size per trade. That's all that means. Okay, that's up to you. Meanwhile, CLNN is going crazy. I mean, again, these Some of these ones, they sleep for a while. Look at this thing go now. I mean, this was very erratic. And this reminds me a little bit like SGOC. Why? Because it's got the same float. That's the only reason. You look at SGOC. Remember, SGOC was crazy, even though it not have a an incredibly low float, 30 million in the float for this one. So now today, CLNN. And again, the next high looking left is 1342. And after that, 1470. So this is an IPO from back here. Back here meaning December of last year. All right, guys. Are there... Oh, man, it's 3 o'clock already. Are there any questions? Any more questions? Before I shut the room down. Yeah, it is blasting off, and it just got halted. Again, it just got halted. Oh, man. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. So, wow, what a start to the week. And this is the start of earnings, guys. I don't anticipate some major deals this week in terms of earnings. I mean, we got some of the big hitters: Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, probably. Alcoa could, give us a little bit. When I say there's no way I'm trading Goldman Sachs. I'm not trading them, but the start of the earnings season for sure. Alcoa can sometimes, because of how inexpensive it is. Oh, where are you? Yeah, I mean, it can be a little bit of fun. It's day of earnings, but next week is really when we'll start to see a lot. But it is definitely the start of earnings season this week. All right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. Yeah, I don't see any other questions, so let me get my script together. All right, guys, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.